What is up, everyone, and welcome back to some more Higurashi. In the previous recording session, we kicked off Chapter 5, and, I was under the assumption, right, that Chapter 5 was going to try to redeem Shion's image in the eyes of the reader. That was my impression, right? It's kind of my assumption going into this, because that seemed to be the kind of vibe that the other chapters had given off, right? But it seems that's not the case. It seems that's absolutely not the case. In fact, there was someone who left a comment that was like, yeah, no, like, I was kind of in the same boat as you. I started disliking Shion, like, after chapter 2, and let me tell you, it doesn't get any better. So, I'm glad to have that heads up. It's almost kind of nice that they don't try to, put a positive spin on her. They're like, yeah, she is an asshole. She's not just like there's definitely, some reasoning behind her assholishness. She's not just an asshole for the love of the game. Like, it's she's definitely a more complex character than just she's an asshole, but undeniably she is an asshole. And it definitely gets under my skin. And I'm sure we'll definitely have more of that come around. So without further ado, where we immediately pick up is, I think it's like right after the interaction at the baseball field, because she starts talking shit about Satoko, and then the coach is like, why would you say that? Mion would never say something like that. Why are you talking like that? And Shion realizes like, oh shit, Adam blew my cover. So without further ado, let's jump back into it, shall we? The rainy season was just around the corner, and the air had become so humid that my shirt stuck to my skin. I've got to click into the game. It had been a few weeks since Satoshi-kun stopped showing up for baseball practice. I looked for him as soon as I arrived at the field. He's not here yet. Did I get here too early? I want to see him playing in the field right when I get here. I had started arriving late because of those feelings. However, he wasn't here today either. I didn't even bother hiding my disappointment anymore. Everybody knew by now how I felt. The team members from Mion's class came over to try and console me, but I shooed them away.
Sonozaki-san, 気分が優れませんか?
Even Irie couldn't comfort me. I was aware that he, too, knew why I was like this.
今日、気分じゃないです。
ほら、今日はマネージャーの園崎さんにも同席してほしかった。
私を勝手にマネージャーだったつもりはないんですから。
Irie looked down, not knowing what to say.
わかりました。元気が回復したら。
もう来ないかもです。マネージャーが必要なら。
気が向いた時でいいです。また、それにほら、あなたがいないと、サトシ君が戻ってきた時、寂しがりますよ。
I ignored him and turned around. I'd already set up my schedule with Mion, so I didn't have to ask her every time anymore. I tried to contact her a couple of times to ask how Satoshi-kun was doing in school, but I hadn't been able to get through to her. Apparently the hag had sensed that I might be in contact with Sis. In other words, Sis was being watched. As a result, it hasn't been easy to contact her. Kasai, who had been helping me contact her, seemed to have also been marked. People knew he was loyal to me. I hadn't seen him for a while either. All I could do was wonder how Satoshi-kun was doing. I was frustrated because there was no way for me to know. My head was filled with worries, but something surprised me out of the blue. Somebody called out to me when I was about to leave the field on my bike.
みーちゃん、こんにちは。
Ooh. You gonna clock it, Reina? I'd never seen this girl before. Luckily, she called me Mi-chan. There's only one person who refers to me on that way as far as I know.
レナか、珍しいね。レナがここに来るなんて。
Her name is Reina Ryugu. Her real name is Reina, but she wants to be called Reina. So that's what we call her. She moved here in April. I had some information on her, but it was all ambiguous. Sis was still a bit uncertain about her since she's so new. It was hard for me to handle someone like that. I didn't know how to act around her as Mion, so I decided to pretend to be in an obvious sulky mood. That way, she wouldn't talk to me as much, assuming that Mion was simply feeling bad. Ooh, nah, you don't know my goat like that. Well, that's how I really am anyway.
みーちゃんは帰り？うん、気分が優れない。悪いね。じゃあ一緒に帰ろう。
I wanted to say that I'd rather be alone, but there's only one road to Hinamizawa, so asking to be alone would look odd. The only way to not seem suspicious would be to walk home with her.
そうだね、帰ろうか。
Reina quietly nodded and locked my bike.
みーちゃん、傘は？
持ってない。
今日はこの後、傘ないなら急ごう。
As she predicted, we were attacked by pouring rain on our way. We ended up taking shelter in a small shack in front of a bus stop.
すごい降りだけど、これはそんなに長引きそうじゃないね。
そうだね。
I heard the sound of rain pattering on the rooftop and the raindrops jumping into puddles. They sounded loud, but it made me feel strangely calm. I zoned out for a moment. Then Reina talked to me while looking up at the rainy sky.
最近、心配してたんだよ。
All the baseball team members knew I was depressed because I hadn't seen Satoshi-kun recently. Most of them attended the school in Hinamizawa, so it wasn't surprising that she knew as well. I hadn't been able to contact Sis these past few weeks, but I was sure she had an idea of how I feel about Satoshi-kun and how I would feel if he didn't come to his baseball practice. Sis was probably pretending to act a little depressed during her day-to-day in Hinamizawa to avoid creating a big gap between our moods. But neither of us knew the details about the other right now, so she wouldn't be able to answer if others asked her what was wrong. She'd only be able to say, "Leave me alone." That might lead more people to become worried. Reina must have thought Mion was depressed. It must be why she came all the way to see me. She must have known what was going on because she knew that I was at the baseball field.
サトシ君、構ってくれないから寂しい？
Having deduced what had been going on with Satoshi-kun from what she just said, he'd been distancing himself from others lately because of exhaustion. That's what it sounded like, at least.
サトコちゃんの件でだいぶ悩んでるみたい。サトシ君はすごく追い詰められてると思う。
Yeah, you best not talk shit about Satoko around my goat, right?
かわいそうだよ。
サトシ君は偉いよ、本当に。
What I'd said sounded hollow, as I knew too well how much of a...
でもだからってみーちゃんまで落ち込んじゃったら。
私に追い詰めるつもり。
それはもう。でも学校にいる時のサトシ君を笑顔で迎えてみーちゃんはだから最初はたとえ笑顔って最後には本物になるんだよ。
What she was saying, in a nutshell, was this. Both Satoshi-kun and Satoko were totally wiped out. If Mion were also depressed, even though she's the sort of person who usually lightens the mood, their situation would be stuck in a vicious cycle. Reina sounded more like she was trying to give me advice than trying to console me. She must be more mature than she looks, damn right. Sis told me that she was a funny girl with a few bad habits. She seemed to have another, very mature side to her.
みーちゃんはサトシ君のこと
好き。
Though I shouldn't have told her that. I immediately responded.
なら笑おう。
Reina smiled
み
herself.
ーちゃんの笑顔でみーちゃんはそれしかできないことに。それでもね。
理屈ではわかるけどね。笑えったってそう簡単にはできないよ。
Reina giggled and nodded.
野球の練習にもさ、バイトが終わったらきっと帰ってくるから。
His part-time job? I almost asked that question, but I managed to stop myself. And the tone of Reina's voice sounded like it was something everyone knew.
バイトいつ終わるんだろうね。
お金が貯まるまでどんなに遅くてもさとこちゃんの誕生日までには終わるよ。
Tried to figure out what was going on from what she said. I had to listen very carefully to uncover the whole picture. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Satoshi could seem to be working in order to make some money. I don't think it's easy to find a job when you're still in school. Sis might have had something to do with it. His job only seemed temporary. It seemed to have something to do with Satoko's birthday. It wasn't that difficult to figure out. Satoshi was working and saving up to buy his little sister something expensive for her birthday. He was trying to comfort her, even though he was so torn up himself. Satoshi-kun was already worn out. I ain't reading that. Yes, my goat. Yes, my goat. God, I love you, Reina. Every time I'm getting pissed at someone, Reina comes in and fucking snaps at him. I love it. God, Reina's my goat. I was startled when I realized Reina was looking straight into my eyes. Yeah, clock that bitch. She was smiling, but her eyes looked creepy. Yeah! I never voiced what I was thinking. But she was looking at me as though she figured out that I was blaming Satoko. Cook that fraud. She beamed when she noticed my fear. Yeah! She smiled as though she understood that I thought that way because of love. She was giving me the creeps. I could hear thunder roar in the distance. The rain began to pick
さ
up.
とこちゃんがサトシ君を独占してることに嫉妬を感じてる？
I avoided answering immediately this time, but Reina seemed to know what I was thinking already.
別にみーちゃんがそう思っても私は軽蔑し人を一途に好きになるときって
ありがとう。
でもみーちゃんは今までずっとそれって私
さとこは仲間当然でしょ。
I sounded so fake. I felt like spitting on the floor.
私たちにはさとこちゃんもサトシ君もどうやったらこの苦境から救ってあげられ
さとこがサトシくんにべったりしすぎ。さとこがもっとしっかりすれば。
はっきり言うね。
Reina nodded with an unflinching smile, even though my remarks could be taken as harsh. What was this mysterious girl thinking? It was difficult to get a read on her.
サトシ君もさ
Reina kept smiling, but her smile looked strangely
サ
cold.
トシ君も多分心のどこかでさとこちゃんをかばい続けることに疲れを感じてると思う。
Given the type of person Reina is, I don't think she'd say something if she wasn't certain of it. Because of that, she must have been confident in what she just told me.
どうして？
私サトシ君に打ち明けられたから。
Satoshi-kun secretly confessed to her. Reina asked me to keep it that way.
サトシ君がね兄として頼られることそれはとても罪深いことだと知っているけどってね。
I don't think he would say something like that. But however, it wasn't likely that Reina was lying. I can't believe he'd say something like that. He's tired of doing it. It doesn't mean he puts fault on her for the actions of what her aunt does, right? He's not victim blaming like Shion was. But he is tired of it. He's tired of having to defend her. That I can totally understand. That doesn't seem like an out-of-pocket comment at all, quite honestly. He's tired of having to protect her. Not like it's not saying he wished she was, better, that she would do things differently, that she would be a different person to appease her aunt. He's tired of the bullshit. He's gonna keep doing it because he loves his sister, right? But he's tired of it. Honestly, that's real. I just met her, so I didn't know what made me feel that way. But my hunch told me she was telling the truth. I heaved a huge sigh. Satoshi-kun must have gotten so tired that he couldn't help telling someone. Even so, even if he thought that way, he wouldn't tell somebody so easily. Maybe Reina led him to do so. She might be capable of something like that. I don't understand this girl. It only been a little while since we met, but I'd already started talking about something I was keeping deep inside of me. Does she have some kind of supernatural power to reach into people's minds and drag out what they're thinking? It suddenly hit me that I was sitting with this creepy girl in a tiny shack. I've been dragged into her strange world. I don't think Sis has realized Reina's real personality. She thinks Reina's just a funny girl with some strange habits. She would have told me if she knew.
レナはサトシくんに打ち明けられるくらいに信頼されてるんだね。羨ましい。
別に信頼されてるわけ私が経験者だからだと思う。
Oh. Oh, have you? Go on. Expound?
経験？レナにも兄弟。
ひたひたとずっと足音がついてきて夜は枕元にまで立たれて見下ろされる経験。
The footsteps, right. Oh, I see. He's starting to hear the footsteps, and that's what he meant when he said he was tired of protecting her. Because he's starting to believe in Oyashiro-sama, right? And of course, Reina will connect heavily to that. Huh? Sorry, Reina. What are you talking about? I turned around to face her and got the chills. Hell yeah. Though she was smiling, her eyes looked ice cold. That's my goat. I trembled and froze.
みーちゃんにはないないと思う、多分。
Reina kept laughing self-derisively. Tried to figure out what she was
み
saying.
ーちゃんはひなみ沢から逃げ出もっと都会に行きたいなと、そういうことを考えたことはある？
I didn't know how to respond. Reina waited for my answer, urging me to speak with her silence.
ないよ。私は地元。
だよね。だよね。みーちゃんはそう。
It didn't seem like a good idea to lie to her. Reina has some kind of power I can't grasp. She can read people's minds just by seeing the slightest change in their expressions. So I had to tell her the truth.
そうならば、お社様には怒られない。
お社様？
Oyashiro-sama. That's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. I couldn't understand why she mentioned that name. My mind stopped for a moment.
うん、お社様。
She calmly repeated the name as if trying to teach me something. Yeah, I remember. Oyashiro-sama never allows heathens to desecrate Hinamizawa. Oyashiro-sama never allows the villagers to leave either. Those are the rules. Slowly, I recalled the fear of the curse which supposedly caused the dismemberment murder and the death of the Hojo couple. When I was sent to the institution, I had this fear. I was scared that if I went to that faraway boarding school, I'd fall under the curse. But I should be okay. I escaped from the school and returned to my hometown, to Okinomiya to be precise, but it should be okay according to the kids' rules, because I love Hinamizawa. The hag forces me to live this suffocating life, but I still chose to stay in this place. I don't believe I'm breaking Oyashiro-sama's rules. Even though the Sonozaki family had selfishly banished me to a remote place, I came back here anyway. Oyashiro-sama should even bless me for that. I guess I'm trying to convince myself that the curse doesn't apply to me, but I think I'm still afraid of it.
私は地元。その意味ではお社様模範的だとすら思ってるけど。
うん、それは私だからこそ、サトシ君のことはわかんない。
Reina, no. Reina, no. She sensed doubt and hesitation and So what happened in chapter 1? Is that supposed to be like give us a hint as to what actually happened to Satoshi? Because they kept saying that he was copying Satoshi's like actions precisely. Same with chapter 3 though. Maybe it's kind of a mix of the two. Like because they kept bringing up like, oh, he was acting a lot like Satoshi. He was doing the same things that Satoshi was. So then, like, what happened to Keiichi in chapter 1? Potentially, what actually happened to Satoshi? Though I guess that wouldn't quite make sense. Oh, maybe. No. It wouldn't be exactly, because Keiichi's body was, like, found in the phone booth, right? And then he doesn't die till, like, years later in chapter 3.
どうして？
サトシ君は心のどこかでひなみ沢を捨ててどこかへ逃げ出したいと思ってるから。
I gave an inaudible cry. While I was feeling sad that Satoshi hadn't shown up at practice, he still lived in Hinamizawa, so I'd never even considered the thought of him going away.
サトシ君が家出したがってる。
うん、無意識のうちにお社様が枕元に立つまでは多分意識すらしてなかったと思う。
I still had no idea what she was talking about. I continued trying to figure out what she was saying.
サトシ君が体験していることは誰かが遠くからじっと伺っている。誰かがずっとつけてくる。やがて足音は常に自分とずれて一つ余計に聞こえるようになるの。 それらは初めのうちはお外でだけだけど、やがて後ろのそれは自分の家の中にまでついてくるようになる。そしてお布団に入って明かりを消してもずっと枕元から見下ろしてるの。ただただ黙ってじっと自らの罪を認めるまで。サトシ君は夢見が悪いって最初言い出したの。それで私がどんな夢と聞いたら、私の時を、だから私、その気配がやがて近づき足音を聞かせるようになり、それはきっと私の時と同じだから。サトシ君は初め、でもお社様が枕元にまで立つに至って、やっと自分の身に起こってることを相談できるのは私しかいないって。
Rena didn't look like she was joking. She just calmly told me what had been going on. I couldn't even move. I couldn't tell if her words were a joke or the truth. I could only feel stunned.
私はね、もともとひなみ沢に住んでいたの。小学校に上がる直前で茨城に引っ越した。でも新しい環境に馴染む心の中のお社様にひなみ沢に帰れ。でも小学生の子が泣きながら、私は現実とお社様の声に板挟みにされて、そして。
Rena paused. Looked like she didn't want to go into details of what followed. In general, she confused me even more.
結局いろいろあって、だからお社様にはあれ以来お社様の気配を感じること。でもね、サトシ君は私と違って、それはなぜ。理由は一つ。サトシ君はひなみ沢にはいたけれど、その心をお社様は許さなかったんだね。サトシ君は自問自答を何度も繰り返。ほらサトシ君、アルバイトをしてるでしょ。サトコちゃんが欲しがったあの大きなぬいぐるみは10万円くらいするもんね。
That's an expensive fucking teddy bear. 100,000 yen? Like, I'm pretty sure the yen was more valuable back in the 80s, but like, by today's standards, that's still like $800. Like 6 to 8, like somewhere around there, like $600 to $800. That's fucking insane. Especially by 1980 standards. A fucking teddy bear costing several $100s? Fucking Christ. Like, obviously it has to be like something expensive if he's working a part-time job for it. And, you know, it took him months to build up the funds. It couldn't just be any regular teddy bear, but damn. 100,000 yen? Like, honestly, in the 80s, that's probably closer to an exact 1,000. What kind of fucking teddy bear sells for $1,000 or even close to that? Like, that's gotta be a huge fucking teddy bear. What are you on about? Like, I mean, like, genuinely fucking massive. I mean, fuck, they, like, I know Pokemon, the fucking Nintendo and Pokemon be selling those, like, life-size Pokemon plushies, and those will run you, like, several hundred, but even those are, like, maybe, like, 400 or 500, and that's by, like, today's money standards. That's crazy. And you tell me he's out there buying a teddy bear that costs like a whole ass 1,000? A whole ass 1,000. God damn, boy. Like, fuck, dude, believe me, I get wanting to do something nice for your sister. Believe me, I do. Holy shit.
サトシ君は、でもほら、それだけのお金があったら、後先を考えなくていいなら、どこか遠くへ逃げ出す十分な費用になりうるんだよ。
I mean, I guess I don't know the cost of living in Japan very well, but if we just do the easy conversion method of like it's about $1,000, I mean maybe by 80s standards, because obviously I'm kind of looking through the lens of the modern day, $1,000 would not get you very far. But I suppose in the 80s, $1,000 might last you a good bit of time. Might get you set up somewhere else until so you have time to look for a decent job, give you a nice cushion, maybe.
サトシ君は無意識のうちにね、サトコちゃんを捨ててどこか遠くへ逃げ出すお金に使ってしまいたいって。それはでもさっきみーちゃんがして、サトシ君だってバカ兄として認めたくなかっただけでサトコちゃんが負担になっていることには。だからサトシ君は自分は妹を喜ばせるためのお金を貯めるために、だけれどもそれは自分の心を騙しているだけで、本当は自分が逃げ出すためのお金を作るためにバイトしてるんじゃないかって。
Interesting. They're trying to sow the seeds of doubt in our minds, make us think like, Irie told us that he was saving up that money to buy her a gift. Whereas, Keiichi was assuming he just kind of like skipped town, right? And like me, the reader, I saw that in chapter 3. I was like, no, of course he wouldn't just skip town and leave his sister by. And now they're trying to plant the seeds of like, oh, but maybe he did. Maybe, he got outside of Hinamizawa, had that money in hand, and realized, fuck, man, I don't have to go back. I highly doubt that's the case. If he did truly skip town and isn't dead, it's because someone threatened him. It's because someone said, like, things are gonna get much worse for your sister if you don't leave. Alright, so we can do this the easy way or the hard way. You can take that money and fuck off somewhere else, or I can fucking end you now and take your money for myself.
私は逃げ出すべきじゃないと思う。
And that's the thing. Maybe he was going to get the gift. Maybe he was, because that's kind of the assumption, right? Is that he was going to get the gift. He did buy. That's the thing. We do know he did buy it. I forget who told us this. It might have been Mion. I'm pretty sure it was either Mion or Reina. I want to say, one of the classmates. They told us. I don't think it was quite Irie, but they told us that like he had bought the teddy bear. It had been purchased from the store. That was a stat, because that's what made like. Because I think it was that bit of information that made Keiichi finally change his perception of Satoshi. Is he found out like, oh, he did actually spend the money on the gift and purchased the gift, but he disappeared at some point afterwards. Because I was kind of assuming now, because we see Reina talking the way she is, if maybe she had intercepted him on his way out of Hinamizawa, assuming he was trying to skip town. But as far as we're aware, he did get to Okonomiya, he did buy the present, but he never made it back after that. Between buying the gift and returning to Hinamizawa, he disappeared somewhere in between there. Hmm.
逃げ出したってサトシ君は多分一生後悔する。お社様だってそれを分かってるから、サトシ君の心にサトコちゃんを見捨てるなんて悪魔のささやきが。サトシ君は綿流しのサトコちゃんの誕生日にプレゼントを間に合う。心も体もそんな苦境がきっとサトコちゃんの誕生日をサトシ君はサトコちゃんを守るか見捨てるかの天秤の狭間に立たされながらね。
The torrential rain didn't seem to want to stop. It kept pouring down on the galvanized iron roof, producing a loud noise. Yet, in the shack, it fell completely silent. What the hell was Reina talking about? I couldn't grasp even half of what she was saying. The only thing I had figured out is that Satoshi-kun was struggling, confused, and in lots of pain. He's suffering from Yashiro-sama's curse, and Reina has experienced that before. The Watanagashi festival was right around the corner. Yashiro-sama's curse had struck 3 years in a row. There's no guarantee that it wouldn't strike a fourth time. Satoshi-kun was subject to Yashiro-sama's curse, even now. Was he going to skip town? Was he going to be the next victim of Yashiro-sama's curse? Either way, he might disappear forever. Could I do something to prevent it? If I didn't do anything, it would all come to a hopeless end. End? Start feeling a sense of dread. I didn't buy the crazy story Reina told me, but if something really was happening to Satoshi-kun, which might bring about some kind of end, I couldn't help feeling scared. It's true, isn't it? My instinct is always correct. Are we sure about that? I decided to contact Mion despite the danger. Mion got upset at first, but she had to listen to me.
おねえ、サトシ君のどういうことにな。
最近部活に声もか
何それ、声をかけられないから。おねえ、キンキンにまた入れ替わる。
でも最近はちょっと何またバイト？
私、ひなみ沢の学校へ行く。
Interesting. So this time she is actually going to trade spots and go to the school. Also, like, we're not going to address the fact that Shion went back to Hinamizawa with Reina. Because, like, even if Reina clocked that Shion isn't Mion, right? I feel like she still would have pressed the issue until Shion herself admitted it, right? So it's like, oh, rain let up, let's go back home. Or did she walk Reina all the way back to her house and, like, pretend to walk away and then quickly got the fuck out of Hinamizawa, maybe? I don't know, it feels like kinda... What's page 21? Why do I relate my encounter with that creepy girl in the rain? Her name is Reina Ryugu. Her real first name is Reina. I have no idea what kind of girl she really is. One thing is certain, she has no relation to the Sonozaki family. She has no relation to the three families as a whole either. The Ryugu family used to live in Hinamizawa, but then they moved to Ibaraki. That was before she went to elementary school. They returned to Hinamizawa some years later. Reina Ryugu said she came back because of Oyashiro-sama told her to. I don't know what that means. She said it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. That Oyashiro-sama had stalked her. I think that was probably a hallucination, but Satoshi-kun had been interested in that experience. She said that Satoshi-kun was also experiencing Oyashiro-sama's curse. Satoshi-kun told her that he was being followed by some unknown existence. He was surprised to learn that Reina had the same experience before. What is Oyashiro-sama's curse? Why did Reina and Satoshi-kun have a similar experience? I believe that means that somebody put them under surveillance. Somebody must be spying on the next victim of the curse. Since Reina and Satoshi-kun both blindly believed in Oyashiro-sama's curse, they interpreted it as Oyashiro-sama's presence. If paranoia kicked in, they'd feel as if they were experiencing paranormal phenomena. Judging from what Reina said, it seems that Satoshi-kun had been put on surveillance since long before Watanagashi. So, one question comes to mind. Why were they watching Reina? That is an interesting question. So that's something I've been saying since the very beginning. Is like, Reina clearly plays a bigger role than we think. Right? All the other members of the club, aside from like Keiichi himself being the usual protagonist, but like the other three members of the club, have either connections to one of the families or in Satoko's case, connection to the incidents, the actual, curses, right? The cursed incidents, however you want to refer to them. But Reina seems to be completely unrelated. Like, there's definitely something more with Reina. That's something I've been saying for the longest time. I've just never known what that something is. Like, I've even said, like, she's probably connected because chapter 2, I believe, said it. That, like, the first 4 years seemed like calculated, but the events that keep transpiring on the 5th year are always so messy. They seem very rushed and not really well thought out and planned, that it seems like it's that whoever perpetrated the first 4 years clearly aren't the same people who were perpetrating the 5th year, which led to me believing that Reina has to have something to do with it. But if she does, it still means there's got to be something more to her for her to be able to pull off these kinds of things. I'm assuming that this surveillance was placed on a victim-to-be of that year. If so, I don't understand why Reina went through it. Why did they watch her even though she was living so far away? And also, this was years before the freak death started happening, right? I mean, I guess we don't know the exact ages, but even still, before she started elementary school would mean she would have been like 5 at the time. I guess I don't know the exact ages, school ages for Japan, but going off my America brain, it'd be like before elementary would be like 4 or 5, right? And in 1983, we know that she's a teenager, and she's definitely like older than Rika and Satoko, right? She's like in the same age range as Keiichi and Mion. And we know that 5 years before, or 6 years before 80, no, 5 years. 5 years before 80, yes. 5 years before 83, back when, during the events of when Akasaka was there, we know that Rika herself was like old enough to like, speak sentences and interact with people and whatnot. So like at the youngest, right? At the youngest, I'd place Rika at like 10 or 11. At the absolute youngest. So, once again, at the absolute youngest, I'd have to say Reina is like 13 or 14. And that's at the youngest. I'm pretty sure they're more so meant to be around like 16 or 17, but even if we say 13, being 6 years old being 6 years old would have been 7 years ago, which 7 years prior to 83 would have been before the freak death started happening. As far as I know, that would have even been before the dam protest started happening, right? Because 7 years before 83 would have been 76. And then Akasaka's story took place in 78. Right? So it almost feels like after, and that's if she were like 13. If she's even older, then it would have been even further back. Right? If she is like 16, then her being 6 years old would have been like 10 years ago, which would put us at like 73, which would like definitely be before any of the dam related stuff came up. So I don't think she's quite connected to that. Unless the freak deaths have been happening, and it wasn't until like the dam stuff started happening that they felt the need to make it, turn it into a spectacle and make it known. Maybe? Because otherwise I don't understand why she would be being watched as like a victim to be that far back in the timeline. If she was considered somebody who abandoned the village, I could understand. But she didn't fall victim in the end. Maybe she was forgiven because she came back to Hinamizawa. I guess she still knows something I don't. Satoshi-kun looked terrible. When he went home, he had to mediate a fight between Satoko and their aunt. He became mentally exhausted. He went to work every day. He became physically exhausted. He no longer communicated with his classmates. He either slept on his desk or was gone somewhere during lunch break. He used to be really gentle. It was painful to see him suffering like that. On top of all that, he was dealing with the curse of Yashiro-sama. He must have been completely, totally, and absolutely exhausted. That curse was a form of surveillance by those planning to victimize Satoshi-kun that year. That means that the other victim was in the same situation. Satoshi-kun's aunt had also been watched. Did she notice any presence? What about the others? Did the victims of the previous incidents also experience it? I need to investigate the facts in order to prove the curse on Satoshi-kun was actually just surveillance. Is it surveillance? Paranoia? Or really the curse? See, that's the thing. If it's something that multiple people keep experiencing, I don't think it's something you can just chalk up to plain paranoia. Because it becomes less of a coincidence when everyone starts experiencing the same exact symptom, right? Reina talks about experiencing the footsteps. Satoshi talks about experiencing the footsteps. We know that Keiichi experienced the footsteps. So it definitely feels like surveillance is the likely answer. And with Satoshi and Keiichi, like, we can definitely see the reasoning as for why they would be surveilled. But then that leaves my goat. What's going on with Reina? The biggest question I've been wondering since the very beginning. What's going on with Reina? What's really going on with Reina? For a moment, I forgot the class president was me.
起立。委員長も少し寝不足。最近は寝苦しいよ。でもしっかりと睡眠はとるよ。いいですね、皆さん。
I'm not sure this place can be called a school, because there's so many different age groups. It's like a kindergarten and an elementary school blended together. Since I'd heard already about what this place was like, I didn't feel that uncomfortable. It wasn't too difficult to act like Mio in here. As Sis told me, Satoshi-kun looked exhausted. I said hi to him, but he ignored me. Since I knew what he'd been going through, his pain looked apparent to me. I was interested in another person in this classroom. Satoko, Satoshi-kun's little sister. She looked as worn out as Satoshi-kun, emotionless, like an abandoned doll. Everybody in this room was aware of their circumstances, but no one could do anything for them. So they just acted as though nothing was wrong. You only let me have this one day. If I slacked off even a little bit, today would be over with quickly. I had to figure out what I should do in this limited time. I should probably talk to Satoshi-kun. About what? Anything goes. Cheer him up, sympathize with him, anything will do. More than anything, I just wanted to chat with him. However, Sis had told me. She said Satoshi-kun didn't communicate much with her lately, and had distanced himself from her. Well, that's the thing. What he's going through is very similar to what we saw Keiichi going through, like in chapter 1, or in any chapter, really. It would make sense that he starts to grow, like, very suspicious of Mion, right? He starts to believe that because of her connections to the big family that, like, he's sitting there thinking that she's plotting something, right? I figured I shouldn't talk to him too casually. I wanted to, but maybe it was better to leave him alone. I need to keep Sis's warnings in mind, but instead, I decided to ignore them. Classic Shion. I looked for Satoshi-kun during a lunch break. He was walking as if looking for a place where he could be alone. I caught him in the hallway.
Satoshi-kun.
He turned around, startled by my voice. His facial expression surprised me. He was scowling, clearly a sign of rejection. But I couldn't hesitate. I'd lose my only chance if I did.
元気?
He gave me a look as if saying, "Do I look fine to you?" Never expected to see an expression like that on his face. I mean, it very much is a stupid fucking question, but I felt like my heart was being torn into pieces. Because you asked a stupid fucking question? As I looked down, he spoke to me. I felt a little glad, but the next thing he said changed that.
元気だよ。他に用はないなら行くよ。昼休みは一人。
そう、バイトが大変疲れてるから 今日もなんでしょ？今日はどこで？
Sis had found several jobs for him. He worked at a few different places. He was helping out when necessary at any of the shops Mion introduced him to. As a result, he constantly had to do different tasks in a different environment almost every time. On top of that, he requested high-paying jobs from Mion because he wanted a large sum of money as soon as possible. In other words, he chose to mostly do manual labor. He was exhausted every day because he wasn't that physically strong.
どこでもいい。それに僕がどこで働くかミオンなら知ってることじゃないのかい？
Mion did help him get the job, yet Satoshi-kun didn't look thankful for that opportunity. This wasn't like him at all. This wasn't like him at all, this man I've known for a few weeks. That's what makes this story so fucking stupid. Is like, Shion has known this kid for all of like a few weeks and thinks she knows him inside and out. And just because like what, she heard some things based on like what her sister told her, like for all she knows, her sister doesn't really know him that well. Like she acts that because she caught feelings for him because of a chance encounter. She caught feelings for him. All of a sudden, like she knows him so well. That wasn't like him at all. He would never say something like that. Like, I don't know. And like, I can't say he wouldn't. I don't fucking know the guy. But like, oh.
ごめん。
要はそれで終わりかい？
He sounded so harsh. Why was he being like that? Shion, you suck. Would he ever stroke? Once again, it's all about you. It's all about you, isn't it? God, he looks so sad. What the fuck's up with that? He's acting all like, rude and cold and harsh. God, is he ever gonna like touch me again? What the fuck? Like, what about me? Why isn't he caring about me anymore? Where's my love and affection? Where's me time? God, you suck. I couldn't help my tears. They flowed onto my cheeks. Satoshi-kun looked confused for a moment, but then he frowned again.
監督がさ
監督には戻る気はない。
パッと体を動かしてほら。
興味ない。
I didn't know why he was being so hostile towards me. It's crazy that you call this hostile. Like, yeah, he's definitely shutting down your advances like at every fucking move. But I have yet to see anything I would label hostility. There hasn't been an ounce of hostility at all in this scene whatsoever. Apparently you take being told no as hostile behavior. As having your, advances of small talk being shot down. Oh, so hostile. Girl, I think you gonna need a dictionary because I don't think you know what hostile means. Believe me, I'd love to show you what hostile means. Step to me, I dare you. Why did he hate me so much? Oh my god. Yeah, God forbid he's in a foul mood because of just all the circumstances surrounding it. There's so much shit. So there's all the shit he's dealing with at home. There's the fucking job he's putting in effort for. All the shit he's got to do to take care of his sister. And now he's got to deal with probably all this, Oyashiro-sama shit going on now as we get closer to the Watadagashi festival. He's dealing with all this shit. So of course, from the outside in, that's the thing, it's not even from the outside in because she knows all this shit too. She's aware of all these fucking, surrounding circumstances. As to what would put him in a foul mood and why he wouldn't be very approachable and why no matter who talked to him, he wouldn't be very open to speaking. But of course, God forbid you take any of that into consideration, just immediately, oh wow, he's in a bad mood. Guess he fucking hates me. Wow, alright, hate me much? I guess, like fucking... Oh, I'll show you hate. No, you want hate, Shion. By all means, I'll show you hate. I'll fucking show you what hate looks like.
なんで？どうして？
バイトで忙しいから。 めんどくさい。
違う
Dumbass.
よ。なんで私
自分の胸に聞けばいいじゃないか。
自分の何を私が何をわかんないよサトシ君。
I couldn't control my emotions any longer. Streaks of tears ran down my cheeks. Sasuke gave me a hateful glare and walked away without saying another word. Couldn't even stop him. If I tried, he'd hurt me again with another cutting remark. Couldn't bear that. So I just watched him walk away. I wiped my tears and went back to the classroom. I heard somebody crying from inside. What's going on? I looked around the room to see. It was Satoko. I saw her bento box on the floor. I asked one of her classmates what happened. It seemed that Satoko had bumped into somebody's shoulder when she stood up to go wash the box out. That was all. But Satoko was crying as if afraid she was going to be chided badly. What happened was very minor. She could just pick up the bento box and things would be fine. Looked like the lid came a little loose, but it was definitely fixable. She didn't have to cry like that. Yet Satoko started begging through tears.
助けてよ。
Shio, I swear to fucking God. Because of what happened with Satsuki, I couldn't express my emotions very well. So instead they explode. Oh my God. I gotta brace myself. I gotta brace myself because I know I'm about to get so fucking pissed. Deep breaths. I stormed up to Satoko while elbowing her classmates aside. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Not the. Oh, bitch. Yeah, go on. Oh! Oh! What the fuck? I was expecting you to shout at her, to yell at her. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm actually fucking stunned. Like, God, I knew Shion was a piece of shit, but what the fuck? Satsuko screamed. She didn't seem to understand what had happened. Yeah, no shit. Oh my God. No wonder your sister fucking hates you now. She's like, no, I want to go into your school so I can talk to Satoshi myself. And you end up going in there and just fucking beating the shit out of one of her friends? Because you have the weirdest fucking emotions. Ugh. She must be wondering why I did that.
なんであんたがそういう目に遭うか。
助けて。ニーニー。
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. 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 Holy fuck, dude. Oh, I'm genuinely getting so upset right now, dude. Satsuko stumbled and crashed to a desk. The desk fell and the contents of the drawer scattered about. Satsuko didn't even stand up. She just crouched and trembled while looking up at me.
助けて。
あんたがそんなだから。
Jesus fuck. I picked up a bunch of textbooks from the floor and threw them at her face? How in the fuck does she tolerate Mion at all in Keiichi's storyline. If this is the way Shion was acting, and she left this impression of like, yeah, Mion just one day snapped and beat the shit out of Satoko, how in the fuck does Satoko tolerate her ass? How in the fuck does anyone tolerate Mion? Especially because, like, in chapter 2, everyone acted like they didn't know Shion existed. And maybe that was on purpose? Maybe they were supposed to, maybe they were told about Shion, but were supposed to act like she didn't exist? I don't know, man. But
泣きたければ泣きてもね、泣いたってね、何も解決しない。なんで泣くの？泣けば誰かが助けてくれ、その助けてくれる人があんたの代わりにどれだけ傷ついてるかなんて想像もつかないでしょ。分かってるの？あんたの罪が。あんたなんかいなければいい。苦しいなら死ね。へそでも噛んで勝手に死んじゃえばいい。サトシ君まで苦しめるな。一人で苦しんで一人で。お前なんか泣けばいいとサトシ君にすがれ甘えるんじゃ。お前さえいなければ、お前さえいなければ。
oh, thank God. Oh, Rika, my goat. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, Rika. Oh, sweet, sweet Rika. Oh. Dude, my stomach is so fucked up right now. Oh, fuck. That shit genuinely makes me fucking sick to my stomach, dude. At that point, a girl with long hair ran up and huddled over her. I knew who that was. Rika Furude, one of Satoko's only friends.
サトコをいじめ、サトコはかわいそうなの。
かわいそうだから何？かわいそうだからサトシ君甘やかしてるんじゃ。こいつがどこまでも甘い。
ダメなの。サトコをいじめちゃダメなのです。
Bitch. Don't you even.
私はね、邪魔しやがるとあんたの頭から叩き割るよ。やめて。
Oh, another. See, I was fully expecting Reina. Back-to-back goats. My back-to-back goats. Reina, whoop her ass.
兄ちゃん。
Then Satoshi rushed in while pushing Reina aside. Seeming to have grasped the situation immediately, he charged straight at me. Satoshi, my new goat! Beat her ass! Yeah! Until my body had hit the locker, I didn't understand what had happened. There was a loud crashing noise. I'd left a dent in it. I crouched there in pain. Beat her ass.
サトコ！大丈夫か？
Satoko pushed Rika aside, jumped at her brother, and started crying again.
どうしたんだよ。どうして。
サトコ！
私ね、何もしてない。ミオンさんが。
どういうことだよ、ミオン。
Satoshi-kun shouted at me while clutching his sister. Beat her ass! Beat her ass! He looked fierce. Yes! Beat her ass!
どういうこと？
サトコが何を、僕たちが何をし、なんでいつもいじめられなきゃならないんだよ。どうしてだよ。
He released Satoko and rushed up to me, grabbing me by the neck. Yes!
さっきなら
何を。
サトシ君だってサトコがあんたにべったり頼っ、サトコがもっとしっかりして、そいつが全ての元凶なの。
Yes! After hearing it, Satoshi-kun went berserk! That's my fucking guy! Whoop her ass!
いい加減なこと。
いたいたたたたたたた。
Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Let's fucking go! Was going to back down. Oh, you stupid bitch.
サトシ君だってあんたがそうやって再現なんか
お前に何がわかる父さんやそして今度は僕たちかそれがどこまでも村の裏切り者をいじめそんなに弱い者いじめ
もうやめて
No, Reina, my goat, please. Please don't stop it. Reina, I love you. Don't. I need this. Please. That was Reina's voice. She stepped in looking as fierce as a demon. Reina, no. Reina. Please. Just this once. Please. I need this. I need it.
サトシ君みーちゃんに悪気はなかった
Okay, Mi-chan doesn't. She-chan definitely does.
サトシ君の力になってあげたくてその気持ちがちょっとずれて空回りしちゃっただけ
Reina. Let's be so for real. She did not
ね
she did not want to help him. She wanted to help herself. Let's be so for real right now.
みーちゃんももうみーちゃんがだけれどそんなのちょっと落ち着いて考えればわかることだよねほらお弁当箱を落としたくらいでね落ち着いたさとこ
Rika started picking up the bento box while its owner continued to cry.
みんなもうすぐ先生がカレー菜園から戻ってくるこれでもう喧嘩は終わったからいいね
Classmates looked at each other, nodded, then started picking up the stuff on the floor.
はいサトシ君もみーちゃんも仲直りの握手
That
ほら
ごめんこんなつもりじゃなかったのに
and I'm supposed to feel bad about that? Fuck you. You deserved a much worse ass beating than what you got. Fuck, you deserve so much worse. God damn it.
僕たちがいじめられてるのはごめん
さあみーちゃんは次にさとこちゃんに謝る
Yeah.
はい
See, I knew that would chap her ass too. Like, nah. If you really about it, apologize. The situation would be settled otherwise, so I reluctantly apologized. Yeah. Satsuko nodded, looking discouraged. After that, Reina let me go. My head ached, so I held it with both hands. Yeah, you deserve so much worse. You deserve so much worse than a fucking headache, you fucking bitch. What was that? What did I do? Oh! I didn't want to use this precious time to fight. Sis had warned me. She told me that I shouldn't talk to Satsuki like that. What did I come here for? Should have come here if I knew this was going to happen. Stupid. You're stupid, Shion. So true. I was overcome by emotions because I was so worried about Satoshi-kun. Stop acting like you actually give a fuck about him. Because that's the thing. You don't give a fuck about him. You give a fuck about the way he treats you. You give a fuck about receiving affection. You give a fuck about how you're treated, not about someone else's well-being. Don't try to fucking throw that bullshit in my face. Don't you even try to throw that bullshit in my face about how you actually give a fuck about it, about how you think you give a fuck about him. About how you did all this because you worried about him. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. When did things go wrong? Were they wrong from the beginning? Yes. As a matter of fact, yes. It all went wrong when your dumbass fell in love at fucking first sight from a dude who told some assholes to go away. You're like, oh my god, what a Casanova. I'm totally smitten now. Oh, he touched my head. Oh, it's love. I got into a fight with Satoshi-kun. That was totally the opposite of what I wanted. I regretted it. Oh, good for you. I hated myself for it. Cool. KYS, bitch. I couldn't blame myself enough. My world had been torn apart. Fuck your world. I wish the sky would fall and kill me. Same. I hope Mion beats your ass. I sincerely hope so. Sis sounded both amazed and confused.
ただでさえ綿流しのシオンは話をさらにややこしくしてく
Yeah,
れ
no
る
shit.
な。
God, I wish Mion would beat your ass. God, I wish she would whoop your ass. Oh. Oh, I wish. I wish there had been a moment. Obviously, they can't be seen at the same time, so I get why it could have happened. But, oh, I wish she would whoop your ass. You should come in and start beating the shit out of my friends? How fucking dare you? I'll fucking show you. I'll fucking finish what Satoshi started. Get over it, bitch. Whoop back, whoop back, whoop back.
ごめん。
Sis tried to say something, but she stopped in the middle. After listening to a few complaints, I started telling her about everything that happened today. Sis had to pretend that the trouble I caused today was her responsibility, which must have been very taxing for her. Yeah, no shit. No shit. You showed up today and started beating the shit out of one of her friends and calling her a fucking problem and saying she's the fault for all the shit she has to suffer through. And now Mion has to come through like, man, sorry. Yeah, that was all me. Yep, I did that. I'm so sorry for my actions. Like, and the whole time she's got to be fucking seething. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that bitch?
もう当分は入れ替わる機
Ha!
会はない。
Yeah, no shit.
シオン、あんた、ちょっとは私の迷惑を考えてほしいな。
Yeah, no fucking shit. It's always about you. It's always about you. And even Mion's like, hey, maybe think of the shit you're putting me through right now, huh? Maybe like give that a little bit more thought. Maybe it's not all about you, jackass.
それは。うん。
God, you suck. Sis had been sympathetic, but maybe I pushed her too far this maybe? Maybe? You beat the shit out of a fucking middle schooler and maybe you went too far? Maybe you put a bit too much on her plate? God, you are a real fucking piece of work. Of course, you've been hesitant to trade spots considering what I did today. Yeah, no shit. At that point, I'm never let you trade spots again. Yeah, that puts a massive stain on my reputation when, even if it weren't one of my friends, right? Even if it were a homie that I was cool with, if just all of a sudden you show up and all of a sudden people are accusing me of beating the shit out of a middle schooler, like, yeah, I'd be like, nope, we ain't never playing that game again. Tough titty, good luck in the city, I don't fucking care. Like, the atmosphere felt awkward, so we were both silent for a while. Oh, I wonder why.
仮にさ、シオンはどうするの？
Actually, that's great. Presser on it. Like, what would you actually do? Say I gave you the opportunity, what would you actually do? That was a reasonable question. I wasn't prepared to answer, though. If I had a chance to go to the school once again and see Satoshi-kun, what would I do? Would I apologize to him about today? I don't think that would work. That might even upset him again, no matter how hard I tried. Okay. Here's something that he was saying. It was the Sonozaki family who had been harassing his. It'd only be natural for him to hold a grudge against us. But why was he only expressing that now? I've been a Sonozaki to him all along. Satoshi-kun stroked my head even though he knew that I was Mion
お
Sonozaki.
ね、率直なところ。
だと思う。
It was our family that initiated the persecution of the Hojo family, making them into scapegoats. Even after the dam conflict, it wasn't easy for the Hojo family to live in Hinamizawa. Given all of that, it's not surprising that Satoshi-kun hates us, the Sonozaki family who put his family in a devastating situation.
でもさ、だったら、なんで、
うん？
なんで、それなら。
bitch, what the fuck are you crying for? If he had rejected me in the first place, I wouldn't have wanted to get close to him. Yeah, God forbid a guy just be nice, regardless of the outside circumstances. Like, honestly, it's very well. No, he probably would be aware. I think he probably wouldn't have held it against Mion, right? Consider he probably would have thought, like, because she's so young and whatnot, probably would have figured she had nothing to do with it. Because, like, I'm sure he grew up knowing that, like, the Sonozakis were kind of, or like he was told it was the curse, and then he started to think about it a bit more and realized it was probably the Sonozaki family, so he started looking at Mion a bit sideways. But, like, that's the thing. Even if he knew, even if he had his, like, doubts about the Sonozaki family, like, God forbid he just tried to act cordial in public. Because honestly, that's all he ever did. Like, maybe the head patting was going a step too far. And he just thought it was a fun way to tease, Mion, quote unquote. Like, God forbid a dude just be kind of friendly. Because that's all he ever was. I never picked up any of his fucking actions as anything remotely, like, romantic. You could, because that's you can't even argue the head patting thing. Because we've seen that done platonically plenty of fucking times. Like, obviously we've seen it through Keiichi's perspective, right? Who is a different person, true. But, like, he pats Rika's head, he pets Satoko's head. I'm pretty sure he's even pet Reina's head on occasion. Like, it's not an inherently romantic thing. Maybe if you weren't so desperate for human connection, which, once again, that's not entirely her fault. She's also a victim of circumstance, for sure. But, like, maybe if you were so desperate for human connection, you also wouldn't have gotten that close to him. But the moment some random fucking dude shows you the slightest bit of just kindness, you fall head over heels. My tears wet my cheeks. I didn't bother to wipe them. It's only natural for him to hold a grudge against the Sonozakis. There's nothing unusual about it. Rather, why has he been treating me like a friend? Probably because he genuinely believed Mion was his friend. Like, we already saw from Keiichi's point of view, and obviously Keiichi would be a different story because he's not a Hojo, right? I'm sure Satoshi knew from the jump, right? Probably even before his parents were murdered. During the whole dam protest, and, like, his parents being like, oh, maybe we should, like, just listen. Maybe we should leave, And seeing all the shit that his parents went through and all the, prejudice his family has received living in Hinamizawa since the dam protests. I'm sure he's always kind of, like, had, like, he's always been like, what's the word I'm looking for? Cautious or wary about the Sonozakis in general. But I'm sure he genuinely believed Mion was his friend. Because honestly, it's kind of the way I've felt, even through Keiichi's story, right? Like I said, different set of circumstances, but still, even when Keiichi was being, like, actively persecuted by Mion, right? It still felt like Mion was remorseful because she genuinely thought they were friends. She genuinely wanted to be friends. So it's like, I'm sure he genuinely, and, like, maybe he was even hoping that by befriending Mion and being nice to her, he could potentially, do something to, rehabilitate the Hojo name. To, like, hopefully try to get in good and, like, maybe it's like, hey, maybe we stop fucking hating the Hojos, maybe, maybe we, be nice to my fucking family, because, like, hey, my parents are gone. So, like, Maybe you stop fucking treating us like shit for their actions. Hey, maybe we do that. Maybe. And then I'm sure he learns about all this Oyashiro shit. He learns about the past incidents, like Keiichi did, starts to get hyper paranoid, believes Mion's out to get him, so on and so forth. I knew how stupid this question was.
サトシが大人だったから年か。
そんなのってひどいよ。
And that's because you're immature. He'd been treating me as a friend because he was mature? Yeah. But now that he's become stressed mentally and physically, he's decided to reject me? Yeah. You say that like it's something astounding. You say that as if it's like something so unbelievable. Like, yeah. You know, he was mature. He was forced to grow up quick due to his circumstances, so he was able to, like, even if he had his reservations about Sonozaki's, he was able to stay pretty friendly. But then, yo, his situation got a lot worse. He's got a lot on his plate. He starts to crack a bit, so now he's like, hey, I don't fuck with you. Back up. Makes total sense to me. No matter how hard I thought about it, you're not thinking about it. I couldn't find anything to fault him with. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought she was gonna say no matter how hard I thought about it, I couldn't see the reasoning or something. But yeah, no, there's nothing to fault him with. The fault lies on no one but you. You are the problem. In this entire situation, you are the problem. It's not Satoshi's fault. It's not Satoko's fault. I mean, fuck, at this point, not even the aunt is the one making it worse right now. It's all you. You are the biggest problem in the immediate situation. If there was somebody to blame, it'd be somebody I'd never accused before. Oh my god. Oh my god, is she finally gonna connect the dots?
なんで鬼ババはサトシ君の一家を
Oh
導め
my
ようって言い出したわけ
god! You dumb bitch! It's not Satoshi. Hell, it might not even be Satsuko. It's the hang. No, bitch! Like, yes, there is some blame for the Sonozakis for the way they've treated the Hojos. Sure. You're the problem! Right now, present day, current moment. You're the problem. Even if you find that, yo, Orio's actions are unreasonable, right? You made things worse by doing what you did. You made things worse for them. Even if they were already undergoing, yo, the surveillance. Let's say they were being surveilled by the Sonozakis currently. You're only making things worse. I thought she would have a fucking moment of clarity. I was hoping. By saying like, oh, I'm gonna accuse someone I've never accused before. Like, no, bitch, you have pointed fingers. Not for this specific situation, but you've pointed plenty of fingers at Grandma Sonozaki down there. You've thrown plenty of fucking shit her way. Blamed her for plenty of things. Fuck you mean someone I've never accused before? The only person you ain't never accused of anything is yourself. Because you're one of these fucking jackasses who could never think they could do anything wrong. Believe me, I've dealt with your fucking type. That's why I get so fucking pissed off whenever I have to read your goddamn shit.
ダムに賛成したのはサトシ君の親でしょ。サトシ君が賛成していたわけじゃないでしょ。なんで一家丸ごといじめようって話になったの。どうしてよ。
Mio couldn't say anything in return. And hey, that'd be a great question if you had any ground to stand on. If you were not beating the shit out of middle schoolers, hey, that'd be a damn good question to ask. If you just went down there and kind of observed the situation, took in what was going on, and then came to me on like, why are they, given the Hojo family shit? Why are they doing this? The ones who actually supported the dam are gone. Why are we still doing this? That'd be a damn good thing to fucking bring up. But at this point, you can't act like you got any ground to stand on. You don't. Actually, it wasn't at all hard to guess the reason. The hag didn't give any specific order to harass the Hojo family. Yeah, it was just the village did it regardless. She just thought the Hojo family was getting in the way. The people around her noticed what was bothering her and took steps to get rid of it. Of course, she must have known how influential her own words were. She didn't just think it, she gave what she must have known would be interpreted as an order. She's the one to blame for initiating the attack on the Hojo family. Yeah, I'm sure she is. And guess what? You're not making the problem any better.
前にお姉はフルデの神主さんのことを、つまりこれもそういうわけ。村中が団結しなきゃならない時に、だから制裁する必要があったと、そういうわけなんでしょ?
Mion couldn't say anything in return. Maybe that my accusation was the truth. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're on the money. That's why I'm kind of pissed that this chapter is being presented from Shion's point of view. Like, obviously, no one can really tell the same story. Like, her perspective is needed, but like, I don't want her to be the one revealing the truth behind the situation, because then I don't fucking care. Genuinely, it's like she could sit here and tell me, like, just fucking tell me the entire situation, tell me exactly what's going on, or at least give me all the pieces to put it together, and like, I don't fucking care, because I just don't want to listen to any words that come out of your fucking mouth.
なら制裁は本家の拷問室にでも連れ込んで、でもそこまででサトシ君は関係ない。サトシ君には何の関係もない。サトシ君が何をしたっていうの？サトシ君に何の罪があるっていうの？答えてよ。答えてよ、ミヨン。ミヨン。
はい。ではよろしくお願いいたします。失礼いたします。
Mion suddenly changed her tone and hung up. Audio showed up. She must have done that to escape from my questions. I was furious. No, dumbass! She was trying to, like, maybe she was trying to escape your questions, but also, I'm sure, like, she said several times over, I know you probably forgot because you only think about yourself, that she was dealing with plenty of fucking bullshit, trying to prepare for the festival, that she was dealing with a lot of people. So it's definitely obvious that someone, like, walked in while she was on the phone. She was just like, yep, take care of it. Okay, goodbye. Click, as, like, a good way to, like, fucking get, as to keep people from asking questions as to why she's on the phone. She could just say, oh, yeah, I'm talking to someone about festival preparations. But once again, God forbid you consider anything your sister's going through. You want to fucking pester her with all these questions about why the Sonozaki family's doing this, why Oreo is doing this, so on and so forth. But once again, you're not fucking considering for a single moment what she herself has to deal with. What kind of pressure she might be under. Fuck's sake, dude. I started redialing the number. But then I remembered that we decided she'd hung up the phone after using that phrase when she saw the hag coming. I doubted she actually saw the hag, but it was the rule, so I couldn't call back for a while. I went to the bathroom to wash my face and cool down. Turned the faucet. The water felt lukewarm. It helped me cool down at all. Oh, poor you. Eat a dick. I'm disgusted by my own childishness. I wanted to fill my void. I didn't care about him, considering the Sasuke was very generous. I don't know if I can... Oh, I hate you. The fact that that seems to be written from a present-day Shion... That even in the present day, she's like, oh, I don't know if I could still forgive Satoko. Satoko didn't fucking do nothing. She's just an innocent little girl. Fuck's wrong with you? I was looking up at the ceiling with my arms and legs spread out. It's not that I wasn't getting hungry. I didn't live with my parents. I didn't live in the school dorm. That meant I had to cook something myself when I wanted to eat. I knew that, but I still didn't feel like getting up. Good, starve. It had been several days since I began this empty life. Must be tomorrow. The Watanagashi festival, I mean. I'm sorry. Did you say several days? It had been several days. So what? This has been what? Less than... I gotta assume, by that phrasing, less than 2 weeks. Maybe even less than a week. That's kind of the assumption I gotta have when you say several days. Because if it had been multiple weeks, you'd say it'd been several weeks. Right? If it had been a month or two, you'd say several months. You're telling me it's been like less than a couple weeks. All this has gone down. I'm sitting there thinking like she's been at it for a while. The way like the passage of time has been going. I don't know if they mentioned what time of year it was when she, broke out of the school. The fact that all this shit has happened in a matter of days. You act like you're in love with this motherfucker, that he's your fucking one and only, your fucking Prince Charming. And it's been a couple of days. It's been a handful of days. Like maybe a week. Maybe a week and a half if we're feeling generous. Oh. 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 You're gonna drive me up a fucking wall, dude. I heard the doorbell ringing. Mion, come whoop her ass. I ignored it at first, but it rung persistently. Started hearing knocking alongside Kasai's rude voice.
シオンさん、いらっしゃるなら弁当を買ってきました。
I didn't ask him to. Must have known that I hadn't eaten enough and that I'd be feeling down lately.
やはり食事を取られ、
別にお腹が空いてるわけじゃないし。
But when Kasai put the food on the table, my stomach reacted in a very primitive way by making some noise.
ほら、食べた方がいいですよ。
I was hungry, but had no appetite. I mean, I did have an appetite, but didn't have the energy to eat. Yet I'd feel bad wasting the food Kasai had brought. Picked up my chopsticks just to humor him.
最近はばあさんがマークしてるんじゃない？私のとこなんかに来て大丈夫？
おりょうさんは綿流しの打ち合わせなどでお忙しく、クリームコロッケは好物ではありませんでした。
うん。美味しいです。ありがとう。
While I nibbled on the food, Kasai read through the magazines I'd bought.
葛西は、うん。
I'd never talked to Kasai about something like this before. Since I've always believed myself superior to him psychologically, I hesitated to show my weaknesses to him.
そういう悩みも年頃にしておくのは悪い。
葛西、あんた、
ミオンさんから力になってほしいと
お姉か。
心配しておる、ミオンさん。
Though responding, I threw the last croquette in my mouth.
北条聡君の近況を知りたがって少し情報を集めてきました。
余計なお世話。でも、せっかく集めてきた葛西の顔を立てるために、まあ一応聞いておきます。
Kasai chuckled, but stopped quickly as if thinking it rude.
北条哲平が家を出たらしいです。沖宮に実婚の関係の女性がいまして。
哲平？誰？ああ、聡君のおじか。
家には叔母の北条玉江と北条聡、聡子の3人と、玉江は哲平が別の女性のところへ逃げたのだと気づい。
ってことはあれだ。ますます叔母の里子いびりが加速して、聡君もそれの飛ば。
聡君の方は分かりませんが、聡子さんの方は近所でも噂になるくらい決して良くはない状況です。
If Satoko looks miserable, I mean Satoshi-kun must be going through equally miserable torture.
その叔母って憎き北条家の片割れなわけだから、その崎本家で制裁しちゃおうって話にはなってないの？
She's also one of the remaining Hojos, after all. The uncle is gone, so why not the aunt?
園崎本家としては北条夫妻の事故死で一応のけじめがついたので、北条関連では一切手を出すなと言命が出ています。夫妻の事故死を疑う警察が北条家近辺を未だマークしているという噂がありますので。
事故死はお社様のたたりってこと。神罰が下ったんなら、それ以上は人間が下すまでもないってこと。
Kasai put on a faint smile. Come to think of it, it is hard not to suspect the involvement of the Sonozaki family in all the incidents said to be Yashiro-sama's curse. Somebody strives to get rid of the hag's concerns on the day of the Watanagashi festival. Furthermore, The Watanagashi Festival is going to be held tomorrow. Will the curse strike again this year? If so, who will be the victim? Now that I think about it, there were cases of multiple victims in the past. The first and third year it was just one, but the second year the victims were a couple. So it wouldn't be too strange if 2 people fell victim this year. Seems like a good time. It'd be best for Mm.
葛西、今年のお社様のたたりの犠牲者は誰か決めるのはばあさんならお姉はどうなの葛西、何か聞かされて。
シオンさん、私は
まあそりゃそうか。葛西ごときの耳に本家の最高機密が入るわけもないか。
そういうことで、少なくとも私の関係する界隈ではですが、ご存知の通り本家は裏の世界の方々、私にはその一部を垣間見ることも叶いません。
Maybe I could try asking Sis about it, but she won't talk. She's strict about keeping promises, unlike me, yeah. She's a lot more respectable than you are. If I told her to keep a secret, she'd take it to her grave.
今年の綿流しでおばとさとこが消えちまえばいいのにな。
Slap her.
葛西、気を利かせてくれると嬉しいんですけど。
シオンさん、
わーって言ってみただけだって。
Took a glimpse at Kasai. Like he was actually going to do something to make my wish come true. Good. I wasn't able to go to the villages myself. I definitely wasn't going to the festival. I didn't care about that. Even so, I was interested in who was going to end up as the victim of the curse. If we just kept lying on this couch playing hooky, somebody would fall victim in several hours. As fucked up as it is to say, there's a very sick part of me that's almost happy it was Satoshi. In fact, I could even believe that it was Satoshi was purposefully, there we go, purposefully picked just because they knew it would fucking hurt Shion. Because Oreo has this grudge against Shion, has hated her since birth. So the moment she moves in close on anyone, right? Because I'm sure someone figured it out. I'm sure someone figured it out what was going on with the twins. And they report back to Oreo saying, yep, Shion's in Okonomiya. She's working here. She's doing this. Start interacting with this boy. They seem to talk quite frequently with each other. They seem to really get along well. And she's like, all right, kill him. Like, you know what? Kill him. And we'll get rid of the ant in the process. The young girl seems to be of no problem. She seems to be no issue. She doesn't pose any kind of threat. The boy, though, she's clearly too close to... She's clearly very close with Shion. Get rid of him. Get rid of the ant, too. Say the boy did it. Like, that's the thing. There's just a sick part of me that's just like... I'm glad that Shion's little crush is the one that got. Not saying I'm happy it happened, but if someone had to go, after all the shit I've seen Shion do, I'm glad the one that did go is the one that made her suffer the most. I genuinely can't wait to see her reaction. I'm sure she's gonna blame it all on Satoko like a fucking jackass. I had no clue why it had to happen every year, but I was certain that the hag was behind it. All the enemies from the dam conflict had been punished. Only the Hojo couple was left, since most of the other enemies had already gone. The cicadas were crying loudly outside. Made me feel hot. I was this hot and humid in June. If Yacho-sama was actually punishing people, I'd pray for one thing. Yeah, I know. I'd pray that the evil ant would be punished. Okay, see, that's one thing, but I know you're gonna add more to it. Yeah, uh-huh. God, I hate you. When I woke up, Kasai had already gone. Looks like he cleaned the table in the surrounding room. He put my dirty laundry into the hamper in front of the washing machine, too. Being a girl of a sensitive age, I didn't want a man to clean my room. Well, I'd rather thank than badmouth him. I looked at the clock. It was late afternoon. I had to go grocery shopping. There was nothing left in the fridge, and I'd be having just rice for dinner if I didn't go. At that moment, the phone rang. Must be Kasai, I thought. I did hope it was him. He could have brought me more food, so then I wouldn't have to go shopping. Well, I was just being lazy. I didn't feel like going out at all. But it wasn't Kasai on the phone.
おねえ、そこ本家じゃない？
公衆電話からかけて。だから手短にサトシから電話が来た。
サトシくんがお姉に？
多分私シオンにだと思う。サトシは先日だからサトシの電話はだからシオンは今か。
わかった。
I was stunned for a second, but then recovered and wrote down the number on the back of a magazine.
ありがとう。すぐに電話します。
そうしてあげて。サトシは最近私の声はもう届かないみたいだけど、シオンの声ならひょっとすると届くかもしれないって何の根拠もなく思ってる。
She could have pretended to be me and handled his call, but she passed it over to me. Yeah, it's your problem to rectify, not hers.
ありがとう、ミオ。
じゃあね、シオン。
Before she hung up, I put the handset down. After a second, I dialed the number in a flash. I heard the dial tone 3 times, 4 times, and there he was.
北条です。
He sounded like an adult. His voice sounded a bit tired too, but it definitely was the voice I got scared. I was scared that he might become sulky again if I mentioned my name. Couldn't open my mouth for a while.
さっきはもう時間は大丈夫なの？
That was the Satoshi-kun I knew. He didn't sound cold like the other day.
全然平気。
After that, he went silent. Felt the urge to start a conversation. It wasn't fair. He was the one who called in the first place. Then, he finally spoke.
先日はごめん。
私こそ。
ミオンは謝る。僕がどうかしてた。
No. No. You weren't, bud. I understand you're being the bigger man, and I respect you for that. You weren't. If I saw someone treat my little sister like that, oh, they'd have to pull me off the bitch, alright? There wouldn't be no one saying, hey, guys, break it up, alright? This clearly isn't right. I wouldn't be hearing words. I wouldn't be hearing what anyone else was saying. I'd be fucking swinging. You'd have to get someone with some strength to pull me off the motherfucker. Man or woman, I don't give a shit. If this were a face-to-face conversation, he would be stroking my head. It was sad just talking to him over the phone. Yeah, and I'm sure, yeah. I'm so sad because he's not making me feel better right now. It's all about me.
そいつらはでも決してミオンだから。
私だってサトシ君のことをよく理解しようともせず無神経だった。
We apologized to each other a few times.
それより大丈夫？いろいろと大変なのにだいぶ。
もう目標額のお金は。
そうなんだ。ならもう本当によかった。
Satoshi-kun tried to say something, but he dropped it instead.
僕より。
サトコ大丈夫なんですか？
あれが大丈夫なように見えるのかよ。
He suddenly sounded upset. I'd messed up. Yeah, no shit. Is she okay? You ask after you fucking beat the shit out of her?
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I was so stupid. I'd ruined this miraculous conversation with him. Satoshi-kun didn't respond to my apology, so I stopped apologizing.
あんなに誰が見てもみんなどこ
見捨てたつもりなんて。
I tried to calm down. Told you dare try to say it. Oh, she's trying to say like I didn't mean to say it like, because don't you definitely say I did abandon her like. I hated what I had said just because of how hollow it sounded. I had no idea what to say next. I felt guilty. Satoshi-kun was desperate to protect Satoko from their evil aunt. But I wish that Satoko died tomorrow because of the curse. I was trampling on his desperate hope. Yeah, exactly. You act like you love the motherfucker, and then you constantly wish death upon the one thing he loves the most in this world. Yeah, no. Real loving. Cunt.
サトコは だから
He cut himself off in the middle and went quiet for a moment. He must have been choosing his words carefully. Then he finally spoke. His words sounded hollow.
だからせめて
遊ばせるって。
ほら明日は聡子を祭りに連れ出してやってほしいんだ。
Hmm. 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 So does she relay this message back to Mion? No, that can't be the case. Because that's the thing. In chapter 3, when Keiichi calls Mion to make the same request, right? She says that, oh, you sound just like Satoshi did. You sound exactly like Satoshi did last year. That request you made is the exact same one that Satoshi made. But obviously, now that we're seeing it from this perspective, we know that it wasn't actually Mion who took that call. Mion wouldn't have been able to gauge the tone of voice. She would have been able to recognize the request, even if Shion had relayed the message back to her. But she wouldn't have known exactly how Satoshi sounded when the call was made, right? So that does lead me to think it's very I don't know what to think. Because that's the thing, in chapter 2... Well, no, even in chapter 3, but like prior to the actual encounter, we've definitely seen Mion and Shion interact with each other. So like one hasn't like outright replaced the other, because even leading up to the festival, we see both of them. I'm not sure what to do with this information.
それは構わないけど。
聡子もいろいろと参ってる。
But why? Dumb bitch.
たとえ一夜でも
だから。
どうしてって。
Okay, I do see what she's asking. Why are we bringing just her? Why aren't you coming with us? It's not that I didn't understand why he wanted her taken to the festival. Well, I didn't understand why he was asking me to do that. Was there any reason he couldn't take her there himself? I had a hunch that he might disappear, so I kept asking.
どうしてって。
どうして。
He fell silent. Satoshi-kun isn't good at lying or keeping secrets. It was clear that he wanted to hide something.
用事だよ。僕、明日はちょっとバイトの関係で用事があって。
But you just said you quit
ど
your
うしても
job.
祭りには行けないんだ。
He was lying, but he was also stubborn. He wouldn't admit it if I accused him.
ねえ、ミオン、明日の夜だけ。
I wouldn't want to look after Satoko, even at Satoshi-kun's request, but I'm also glad that he's relying on
あ
me.
れだけの暴言をぶつけて、ミオンだけが頼りなんだ。
I didn't know what to say. I did know, though, that I wasn't going to turn down his request. So what do you mean you're the only one he can turn to? What happened to Rika and Reina? Why couldn't you turn to them? They clearly give a fuck about Satoko. They clearly, like, they weren't the one that beat the shit out of her.
うん、わかった。明日の晩。
できたら。
何言ってるん。そんなの嫌だ。明日だけですからね。
He sounded as if you were going to disappear tomorrow. I like the sound of that, so I intentionally sounded sulky. We talked about trivial stuff for just a little while. When the conversation was almost over, Satoshi-kun asked something
ね
else.
え、こんなことを話すと
どうしたんです？
ミオンは信じないよね。
何をですか？
お社様のたたり。
サトシ君、
お社様は確かほら
That's the
村を捨
rule.
てて逃げ出そうとすると
Every
たた
kid,
るでしょ。
every kid in the village knows that.
どうしたんです？突然。村を捨てて逃げようとでもしてるんですか？
Though I was kidding, I wanted him to deny it.
もうそんなもう
He admitted that he had thought of it. I guess Reina told me that much.
いいじゃないですか。もうそんな気がないの。
でもまだ
Satoshi-kun tried to say something, but hesitated. He was breathing so heavily. Was he sick?
具合悪い。
ううん
サトシ君は少し休んだ方がいいです。
He sounded distinctly more sickly from when the conversation had started. He breathed heavily when punctuating his words. Satoshi-kun repeated his question.
ミオン最初の質ミオンはお社様のたたりって
What did he want me
存
to
在する
say?
と思うかい？
Could I make him feel relieved with my answer? How should I respond? The answer was simple.
たたりなんてあるわけないじゃないですか。
I didn't know what was bothering him. I wanted to make him feel better by laughing his worries away. Satoshi-kun instead fell silent. Yeah, no, that wasn't the right thing to say. Of course there's no such thing as the curse. Well, then he's aware then that someone's killing people. That there's people out there getting rid of others. If you said, like, if you had taken it more seriously and been like, oh, I don't know. Because also admitting to it is maybe not the right, because I know they don't like talking about it, because they don't like talking about the people that die in the village or whatnot, and I guess they don't want people looking deeper into it, especially the outsiders and whatnot, but like, yeah, saying no was not the right answer. For sure. Would my answer make him happy, or maybe sad? Couldn't tell. One thing was certain, it didn't make him feel any better.
変なことを聞いて
あ、
I feel like I let him down, so I apologized in a rush.
たたりだろうと僕は絶対に消えない消えないよサトコにもうすぐその日までは絶対に消えない
He chuckled. I knew he was trying to relieve me, but it worked the opposite way. It sounded as though he didn't care what would happen after he bought the teddy bear.
おばさんが帰って
あ
ミオン
何？
Even though he wanted to hang up the phone because of his aunt coming back, Satoshi-kun took a breath to tell me something important.
サトコのこと頼むからね
I should have said yes right away. Hey, Satoshi, what the fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean you leave Mion to her? Actually, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because, like, in hindsight, you think he's... Or not in hindsight, like, in the immediate moment, you think he's talking about, like, going to the festival, right? But clearly he's talking about more like a final solution type thing. He's aware something's going to happen to him. So he's saying, I leave Satoko to you. Why would you do that? Why in the fuck would you leave the sister you care so much about in the care of someone who fucking slammed her against a wall several times over, threw textbooks and other random bullshit at her, like just absolutely assaulted the hell out of her. Someone you yourself put hands on because she was going so far. And you go, I leave Satoko to you? Are you out of your fucking mind? What the hell happened with Rika and Reina to where you can't trust them like this? What the actual fuck? But I still couldn't... Shut up. I kept quiet.
変なこと頼んじゃ
He was obviously disappointed. What had I done? I wanted to apologize. I wished I could, but it was too late. The dial zone left no doubt. Now that was depressing. Okay, but you're gonna call me on and relay the message, right? A torn diary. Whose diary? Somebody whispered to me from behind. They told me that I was going to be the victim of the curse this year. So I'm going to disappear soon. There'll be nobody left to take care of Satoko. Somebody whispered to me from behind. They told me that I don't have much time, that I won't stay as myself for much longer. So I had to make the best of the days I had left. Okay, so it's gotta be Reina. What could I leave for Satoko? She wanted that huge teddy bear. She wanted a peaceful life in which nobody would bully her. I whispered to the person at my back. Or he's just hallucinating, sure. Bestow your violent nature and formidable strength upon me. I want your peaceful mind, filled with hatred. Okay. Interesting. The day of the Meakashi Festival. June 20th, 1982, 1:40 p.m. What was I doing today? Nothing in particular. Nothing at all. I just wanted to play hooky. I woke up in the afternoon. I ate instant food for lunch while watching boring TV programs. I had a light headache, so I laid down on the sofa. I wouldn't wake up again if I went to sleep. Whatever. I decided to sleep. I already told Sis that Satoshi-kun had asked her to look after Satoko. I have to do anything myself. That's the thing, I'm just sitting here like, bitch, you better have relayed the message. Like, I heard that, I'm like, alright. Yeah, do whatever. You're a selfish bitch who's gonna do what the fuck ever. I don't care what you actually do. I fell asleep, though my head was aching a little bit. That'd be all I'd have to deal with. June 20th, 1982, 5:02 p.m. The aunt believed that all the villagers frowned upon her because her brother-in-law and his wife were pro-Dam activists. She surely experienced some fallout during the time of this dispute, but people had stopped looking coldly upon her, even though she assumed otherwise. She was paranoid, believing that all the villagers hated her. Oh, I see. So the people did genuinely move on, but she was just hyper paranoid. And so she decided to hate them back. Jesus Christ. Her attitude, of course, begot hatred from the villagers. Yeah, no. Everyone must really hate me. Fuck you guys. But then guess what? When you go around saying, hey, fuck you, all of a sudden people start to go, well, alright, fuck you too. And they do actually start to hate you. And the situation became exactly the way she thought it was from the start. Oh my god, of course. What came first? Their poor relationships with the neighbors? Or her husband's affair? She didn't know herself. Her husband claimed that he got a lover because he was fed up with her attitude. She, in turn, claimed that their relationships with the neighbors went sour because her husband had damaged their reputation. I mean, clearly that's not the case. Clearly that is not the case. Like, I'm not endorsing adultery by any means, but it's clear that you were the one that fucked up first. Because you just immediately thought, wow, everyone fucking hates me. And then you started to act like an asshole towards everyone and made them hate you. So naturally the husband was like, Jesus, like I can't fucking do anything in this town. I gotta get out of here. Only Satoshi was aware that both had happened at almost the same time. Their quarrels had become a daily routine now. When the husband came home late, the wife would shout at him in the entrance. Satoshi wondered why they didn't get a divorce, their marriage being as rotten as it was. But he secretly knew the reason for that too. It was the fortune his parents had left. His aunt had hidden their bank book and stamp and never allowed her husband access to them. So her husband would search the house for them. She'd find out he stole some money from her purse. This would cause yet another fight. Satoshi had never been aware that his parents had that much money when they were alive. After their death, however, one of his relatives told him. He was informed that his parents had left a large sum of money in some bank account. Satoshi couldn't understand why they had that kind of money because his family had been, as far as he knew, poor. It was because of the dam project. His parents probably got the money in return for their cooperation with the government. They had strived to get more villagers on their side, provided information to them and whatnot. The money was probably compensation for their efforts. His aunt and uncle never had any intention to adopt them until they heard about the money. Of course. After someone from some financial institution revealed its existence, they appeared to adopt Satoko and Satoshi. The couple would fight every day. Eventually, Satoshi's uncle started spending more time at his mistress's home. He realized that he had no reason to return to his own home, because he'd just end up in a fight with his wife if he did. When he stopped coming home, Satoshi felt relieved. Neither their uncle nor their aunt treated the two siblings very well. Satoshi's aunt wouldn't have to vent her frustration upon them. The reason the couple fought was their corrupted relationship, so if they separated, there wouldn't be any more fights. Satoshi had thought that at first. But even after they separated, his aunt still had a short temper. Another woman had stolen her husband. The villagers must have been talking behind her back. It was mortifyingly embarrassing. Since she lost an opponent to fight, Satoshi's aunt directed her hatred toward the siblings. Satoshi had been observing her. He learned when she would get upset and how to avoid her attention. He managed to get by without upsetting her by turning a keen eye to her behavior and avoiding conflicts. But Satoko couldn't do that. She hated her aunt and didn't even try to hide it. Satoshi told her to behave in their aunt's presence, but her eyes were always filled with hatred. Satoshi strived to reduce the conflict between them as much as possible. He stepped in, to mend their relationship. It was a heavy burden for him, though, because he was still just a boy. He bore so much. He covered for his little sister, by lying and maneuvering. He tried to maintain a tangible sense of peace, but he couldn't do that forever. The relationship between Satoko and her aunt had already spiraled out of control. Satoshi found something in the trash. Probably wasn't a legitimate place for trash disposal. If it was, sanitation workers would come and pick it up. He passed by this street all the time, so he noticed when there were new things dumped there. He found a plain-looking desk, of the kind likely to be seen in offices. Somebody must have dumped it within the past few days. His aunt liked to bring usable trash home. She'd had Satoshi help bring a chest home just a few days ago. If he told her about the desk, she'd want it. His aunt hated to find bugs and garbage in the drawers, so she'd always open them to check before carrying the thing home. Satoshi opened all the drawers, all of which were empty. After that, he turned around and walked for about 5 steps. He was standing in a knee-high bush. There he laid something he'd been carrying all the time until today. It'd be very hard to find unless you specifically knew it was there to begin with. Looking satisfied, Satoshi looked around for some landmark to remember the place by. June 20th, 1982, 5:51 p.m.
へい親父、今年も来たね。また根こそぎかっさらってくから。
いや、その先のお嬢ちゃんはそっちの子は新顔かい？
この子はね、竜宮レナ。こう見えてても結構やるよ。
よろしくお願い。
おう、こっちこそ今年もいろいろもちろん真剣勝負。根こそぎ持ってけるもんなら持ってけってんだ。
レナは可愛いものには目がないのです。
ああ、あのぬいぐるみとそっちのぬいぐるみはレナの子。
かわいいね。ほ持ち帰り。
ダメだよ。まだ準備中だよ。おい。
おい。
レナ、まだ準備中だってさ。ちゃんと回転したら根こそぎさらってやりな。
もうダメだよ。ほ持ち帰り。
Rena lost her marbles over the stuffed animal. Everybody laughed. Everybody except Satoko. She was standing by herself some distance from the crowd. Oh, sweetie. Her eyes looked dull.
なんですのリカ。
Rika walked up to Satoko, smiling ear to ear in an effort to cheer her
今日
up.
は何もいっぱい楽しく過ごします。
Satoko looked down. Even if she got to have fun today, her circumstances at home wouldn't change.
さとこ、意地悪なおばさんは。そんなことなら、ニパー。ニパー。ニパー。
Bitch, I said Nipa!
あいにくですけど、申し訳ございませんけど。どうして、さとこは笑いませんですか？
Satoko sulkily glimpsed at Rika. She gave her a look, as though she wanted to say that Rika should know the reason. Even if she could have fun today, nothing would change between her and her evil aunt. No matter how fun the festival was, when she went home, her aunt would be there. Aunt would find something wrong with Satoko, get mad, and shout at her so loudly that the neighbors would hear. How can she have fun, even just for today, while knowing all that? Satoko didn't say that out loud, but her eyes betrayed her emotions to Rika.
ではさとこの辛いのが今日でおしまいになるなら
Satoko
さとこは
gasped.
笑ってくれますですか？
She thought that Rika might do something to help. But soon after, she realized that Rika was just trying to comfort her. Could her suffering end today? But that's the thing. Rika's not just doing it to comfort her. Because Rika, quote unquote, prophesized, the coming deaths. She knew. Because of Rika? How? That's the thing, it's not going to end because of Rika, but Rika does know it's coming to an end. Satoko knew that there was really nothing Rika could do. And so, after just one moment of freedom, Satoko fell into depression again.
リカ、くだらない気休めを。さとこ、
Rika's voice was clearer than Satoko had ever heard before.
もう決まっていることなのです。
June 20th, 1982, 8:11 p.m. Satoshi snuck out the window after supper. He heard the distant ruckus of the festival. The festival would end at 9 p.m. After the Watanagashi ceremony, there was going to be a raffle drawing. So there were two types of people in Hinamizawa. The people who would go home for dinner, and the ones who would stay until the raffle was over. Either relaxing at home or still at the festival. There were only those two patterns. On top of that, there weren't many neighbors in the vicinity of Satoshi's house. As a result, he found nobody on the streets. On that night, the small village seemed especially desolate. Satoshi knew it was going to be like this, but he would keep worrying until he saw it for himself. He was barefooted, but started running without hesitation. He felt as though he'd become a wild animal, running on his bare feet. He got the impression that he could run faster than usual. Not only his running ability, his vision, his hearing, and his sense of smell. All his senses were keener, including his sixth sense. He could almost sense the presence of people in the distance. If only when crouching like an animal. It felt strange, as though he had stepped into another world. He'd been feeling tense and anxious until today, battling with his own fear. But now he felt as though he had metamorphosed into a different person. June 20th, 1982, 8:37 p.m.
それではお楽しみ抽選会の説明をこれより始めますので、どうぞ皆さん、櫓の周りにお集まりくださいな。
The festival had reached its climax. The raffle was going to start. Both the women who were dancing and those who were waiting for the raffle gathered around the altar. This was the first time they'd held a raffle. The planning committee decided to hold one from this year onward to attract more people to the festival. First, the prizes were things the committee members had donated, but Oryo, not appreciating how pathetic they looked, had them thrown away. Oryo took the initiative and bought a brand new TV, a washing machine, a cooling fan, and other such things for the raffle. The committee wanted to keep it small initially, but it turned out big thanks to her. Oryo was upset because the committee members weren't enthusiastic enough in her opinion. Some of the members thought it would be very difficult to prepare prizes of equal value the following year, so this might be the very first and last raffle. I was kind of curious about that because I was like, there was never mention of a raffle in previous chapters.
おりょうさんのおかげで簡単なすんばだいぶかかったんじゃん。運営費で立てか
すったら銭金のもんたく。
まあまあそう言わないで。おりょうさんのおかげでできた。
こんな私一人でどうにかすりゃええん。パホクさ。
The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was having a tough time pacifying Oryo. All of a sudden, one of the committee members burst into the tent in a rush. He looked upset, so Kimiyoshi assumed that somebody probably got hurt in an accident.
どうしたの牧野さん。そんなに息を弾ませたら心臓が破りっちゃうよ。
Kimiyoshi made a joke to calm him down. Makino, however, still looked tense. He whispered something to Kimiyoshi. Even without hearing the exchange between Makino and Kimiyoshi, it was plain as day there was bad news.
おりょうさん、悪い話なんだけどいいかい。
Kimiyoshi, accompanied by Makino, moved to Oryo's side and spoke in a very serious tone. Kimiyoshi whispered to her the exact same words Makino told him.
いや、参ったよ。
参るもま3度あっちゃんは4度あるっちゅうこっちゃな。
おりょうさん、
面白い。面倒が。
警察が今身元を調べ、どうも相当顔面をやられてるらしくて、身元の特定が難しそうなんだと。
God damn, you work fast, Satoshi. Isn't this 8:37? God damn. So you're telling me in 26 minutes. because at 8:11 he snuck out of the house. That was the timeline, right? And at 8:37 they start talking about like the raffle and whatnot. In 26 minutes, he ran, got the bat from the damn site, ran back to the house, caved her fucking skull in, and then pieced out, and the police already found out about it? Am I mistaken in this? Yeah, June 20th, 1982 at 8:11 p.m. And then at 8:37. Yeah, 26 minutes. In only 26 minutes. That's crazy work. Almost makes you think that it wasn't Satoshi that did it.
顔がわからんでも
え、心当たりがあるのかい？
Horio glared at Kimiyoshi and started chuckling.
バーカが綿流しの祭りにも顔を見せん。不信心者に決まっとろうがね。ちゃんとお社様を敬って祭りに来ちょるんは。そんな目には合わなんとよ。
Did Satoshi get framed? Like he was going to attempt to do it, but they beat him to the punch? Rodeo kept laughing. Kimiyoshi and Makino didn't know how to react to that. Oh, fuck. That's crazy if true. Because, like, I'm sitting here like 26 minutes. That doesn't seem like a lot of time between running out the house, running to the dam site, running back to the house, caving her skull in, and then the police find out about it. Right? Because that's, he said the police, right? The police, yeah, the police are trying to identify the body. So that means in 26 minutes, the police had already come down here, were already investigating. Unless... Unless... Uh-huh. He snuck out after supper. Oh. Oh, until he saw it for himself. That's the thing. He would keep worrying until he saw it for himself. Oh no, oh, all the pieces are connecting into place. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. He set it up for someone else to do it. He left the bat, or whatever instrument, I can only assume the bat, in the bush. He left the bat in the bush. He told his aunt that, because that's the thing, he said there was something at the dam site. There was a desk. Something that, usually stood out, and his aunt loved to go for furniture, right? And he said he knew that she would check it out if it were there. He told his aunt that there was furniture at the dam site she would be interested in. So she went down there to look at it. He left the bat in the bushes for someone else to actually do it. And that's when he sneaks out thinking he has to see it. He was worried. That's what he means by he was worried. He would worry until he saw it for himself, right? He would worry until he saw it for himself what it had actually, the actual body, right? So he didn't do it. So my immediate assumption is, well, no. Because Reina is with the group. Reina is with Mion and the gang. Granted, at what time is that? Right, the conversation with Satoko. I don't know, I think it was like 5 something. I can't scroll back that far, but I think it was like 5:30, something like that. Yeah, people would, after the ceremony, there was going to be a raffle drawing. I was saying the festival ends at 9. The festival ends at 9. So I'm assuming that's when the ceremony happens. And at 9 o'clock is when the raffle happens. I'm assuming is the timeline. So I'm assuming by 9 o'clock, the gang is still there then. Satoko, Rika, Reina, Mion. The whole gang. So then the question becomes, who did it? Which, I mean, has been the whole question from the fucking start, right? But, like, now I'm kind of out of options. Who would have done it? Because, yeah, he snuck out at 8:11 to go see that it had happened. He set up the trap for his aunt under the impression that someone would take care of it. And at 8:11, he snuck out because he had to go see if it had happened. So he must have been under the impression that someone would do it for him. As if he, like, heard the whisperings from Oyashiro-sama, right? But the only one I could think who would do something like that, who would act under the guise of Oyashiro, would be Reina, but she would be at the festival. It really seems like anyone would be at the festival. But Oreo says it must have been an impudent lad because she's trying to frame him. She says lad, right? So she wants Satoshi to be framed for it. She wants him to be perpetrated as the one who did it. Unless. God, I wish I could scroll back all the way back up to what Shion had said on the day of. Because if Shion took Mion's place, right, and attended the festival while Mion did that, I don't know if that's right either. I don't know. See, that sucks. Like, I see the setup. I see... It's just that one piece of the culprit who did it. Because this whole time, we're acting under the impression that it was Satoshi that did it. Right? Satoshi did it, but they blamed it on some random punk who later died in jail, right? And then Satoshi disappeared shortly after. The only thing I can think of, especially if the police are there so quickly, is once again if Oishi was involved. But that's the thing. Chapter 4 made it seem like Oishi wasn't really... Well, no. We knew he was in the pocket of the Sonozakis for sure. But it also seemed like he wasn't like, one of their most dependable lackeys, right? He was kind of seen as expendable from like what we saw with the interaction between the kidnappers and Oishi. Because that's just where my mind goes. Like, if that happened, because we know there's like definitely some corruption with Oishi, because he was the one who would have recovered the note, Keiichi's note, in chapter 1. And we know that the section about the drug and the syringe were missing out of the note. But that's just the only person I could think of that could fit the bill. Because who else could have... Because it wouldn't just be some random guy. It wouldn't just be villager number 23. They're like... It'd have to be... I feel like it would have to be someone we know the name of. But like, of the people we know the name of, like... There's very few people who aren't just going to be at the festival. My brain can only think it's Oishi. Based on the information I have available to me right now in this moment, I can only assume it's Oishi. (9:04 p.m.)
こりゃ無残なもんっすね。
Well, there's Oishi.
クマちゃん、死に方っていうのは本人が望んだものでない限り、どんなでも無残なもんです。お悔やみ申し上げちゃいますよ。そっちどう？ポッケの中身とか個人が特定できそうなものは？
The forensic investigator shook their heads.
サンダル履きで服装もラフ。近くにお住まいの方でしょうね。服装の特徴から周辺に聞き込みをすれば。
それしかないな。課長からこの山一服装さしてかかりそうだから、その辺注意してくださいよ。
了解っす。
Komagai gathered some officers and gave them directions.
入江先生が到着しました。先生、あそこです。
A young doctor got out of his car and headed in the victim's direction. Okay, so Irie wasn't at the festival. See, so that was one of the names I was thinking of. Like, we know Irie was very protective of Satoko as well. Right? He really cared for the Hojo siblings. So, like, that was kind of my immediate thought, but I kind of figured he would be at the festival. But mayhaps not.
どうも、遅れて申し訳ありません。抽選会の手伝いの最中だったもので。
Okay, so no, he didn't do it. He was busy with the raffle. He was at the festival helping with the raffle. If he was helping out with the raffle, then there's no way he could have been here when it happened.
先生、アルコール後で風船でも膨らましてもらっちゃおうかな。
ご安心、運転は
そりゃ卒がない。おい、先生通してあげて。
There was an area cordoned off with blue plastic sheets. An officer rolled up the sheet and let Oishi and Irie pass. The forensic people were taking photos from many different angles. The blood spatters and the bloody sandals were left untouched. marked with chalk and indicated with small alphabetized plates.
こういうものは見慣れませんね。
Idiot took out a handkerchief and covered his nose.
匂いがダメな時は口呼吸。まあこういう匂いはね。
The body appeared to be that of a middle-aged woman. It was soaked in blood. It looked like a middle-aged woman because of the hair and what she was wearing. The reason why no one could be certain it was a middle-aged woman was because its face was completely pulverized.
ひどい。
十中八九血痕とサンダル裏から見てここで殺したのは間違いないでしょう。でも見ての通りここは人通りが少ないと言ったってここで頭部がひしゃげるまで殴り続けたってのはでね、ほら腕とか見てみてください。
She put on latex gloves and lifted the corpse's arm.
腕は綺麗なもん。
それはつまり腕で防いだとか。
さすが仏さんはおそらく最初の一撃で脳震盪かなんかで気絶したんじゃないかと思うんです。
And a grown-ass man might actually have the strength to do that, right? Which kind of makes me think it's definitely not, because they kind of point out that Satoshi's kind of weak, right? He's not a very strong kid. And we already saw in chapter 3 how, Keiichi's swings of the bat definitely didn't knock the motherfucker out. So I doubt Satoshi could as well. Now, if it was a grown-ass man who caught him by surprise, bop, especially to a middle-aged woman, bop, down you go. I could believe that.
で、星は確実に殺した手応えを得るためにさらに打撃を加えた。
Also might make sense why you would then, try to sow the seeds of doubt, being like, man, whoever did this must have really hated this woman. Yeah, who do we know who really hates a woman? Oh yeah, there's someone who hates this woman, right? Oh yeah. Whereas he could have just gotten the orders, like, absolutely beat it to a pulp. Make it look like it was, done out of malice.
さらに言えば、仏さんはその時、うつ伏せに倒れたようにね。
遺体は仰向けですね。
星は後頭部を散々、明らかに頭蓋骨が砕けてる手応え、わざわざ顔面を潰してるんじゃないかと思うんですよ。
Ide looked like he was going to throw up, both because of the putrid smell and Oishi's reasoning.
遺体の顔面を殴るってのは、私の経験じゃ、かなり怨恨の線が強いです。それもだいぶ濃厚な。ってことはつまり、星は仏のかなり近辺にいるのは間違いないかと。
Really seems like you're trying to frame it.
私を呼んだのが救命活動で。
先生、この人が誰わかれば聞き込みの手間がだいぶ省けるんですがね。
Ide looked at the body once again. He looked away quickly and thought. Then after a while, Ide left the investigation area without saying anything.
すみません。私には分かりかねます。
本当に？
She smirked and looked into Ide's eyes, as though Ide was hiding something.
別に隠してなん。
先生もアルコールが頭が冴えたら思い出したら教えてくださいね。
She tapped Ide on the back. Doctor, saying he wanted some fresh air, left the scene. Komagaya returned.
おいさん、課長から1号車の無線数。
イリアの先
生。
いえ、仏の聞き込み急いでください。ほぼ間違いなくこの近くにお住まいです。
9:39 p.m.
おいさん、連れてきました。
どうもこんな夜更けに明日も学校なのに本当に申し訳ない。
いえ。
お父さんはどちら？
うちの寄付はあまり。
おお、いつ頃から最後に帰ってきた？
さあ、義母と喧嘩しているのを最後に会ったのはあまり覚えてないんですけど。
お父さんの連絡先は分かり？
いえ。
キャバレーの人と同居してるなんてお店か分かります？
いえ、沖宮のどこかにある。
お父さんの名前？
北条哲平です。
She signaled to Kumagai with his chin, who nodded while taking notes.
お父さんとお母さんはあまり仲良くなかったですか？
程度の度合いは良くはなかったと思います。
率直に聞いて申し訳ないですけど。
よくわからないです。
そうで、じゃあもしも思い出したらで、これ私の名刺です。ここに電話番号ありますので。
はい。
じゃあ後日またいろいろとお話を伺う。もしもお父さんと連絡がつきましたら、くまちゃん、北条さんを自宅まで送ってあげてください。
いえ、一人で。
いいえいいえ、そんなお母さんを襲った犯人がまだあなたもまた狙われないほ。
でも本当に結構ですね。
Satoshi tried to reject the offer, but Oishi and Kumagai insisted. In the end, Satoshi was forced to accept. He turned around to leave, when Oishi spoke to him as if he remembered something he'd forgotten to say.
北条さん。大丈夫、心配しない。犯人はすぐに捕まります。
手がかりとか
あります。
どんなですか？
捜査上のね。
Ordinary people might think that Oishi was trying to cheer the poor kid up with a joke.
いいえね、人を殺すってのはかなりそりゃ
感情が高ぶる。
人は極限まで感情が発汗とか殺人現場に犯人の現場が絨毯の上。
犯人のも
さあね、鑑識の連中が大列組んでさっきから行ったり来たりして、まだ結果待ち。何が出るやら。
明日があるので。
そうな、くまちゃん送ってあげてください。
了解っす。
ではまた近い進展があったらお知らせしますよ。北条さんも何か思い出したりしたら、憎き母の仇の逮捕に。
And that's the thing with Oishi inviting him down there, he very easily could like the kid's stressed enough already. That's the thing, is like the kid is already stressed enough to where like I'm sure like he does have hair falling out because he's just so stressed dealing with all the shit at home that it would be pretty easy for him to leave behind hairs so that Oishi could plant them if need be. But that's the thing, in none of the previous chapters, it was never implicated that Satoshi was... I mean, it was implicated, but, like, he wasn't the one they arrest for it. He's never the one that's arrested for it. He disappears, but he's never the one arrested for it. So it doesn't seem like he's the one the cops actually want to go after. I'm not sure. Sis called me the morning after the Watanagashi festival to tell me that the curse had struck again for the 4th time. The victim was the evil aunt who was harassing Satoshi-kun and Satoko. Satoshi-kun's suffering should be over now, since the problem was with Satoko and the aunt's relationship to begin with. Maybe I should have celebrated, but I was in the mood for some reason.
犯人ってもう警察は目星をつけてるのかな。
This went quiet when I asked that.
さあね、大石の野郎がしつこく聞き込みをして、犯人は近しい人間に違いないと思ってるようだね。
Being identical twins, Sis and I think very much alike. If I suspected Satoshi-kun of being the murderer, so would she. Because of this, I didn't have to mention the obvious.
サトシ君って。
は
あ。
I heaved a huge sigh.
バカですね。サトシ君はそういうことでいいじゃないですか。
そうだよね。気が利かなくてごめん。
I heaved another sigh. Sis was stupid enough to forget to make an alibi for him, even though the murder of his aunt alone would raise enough suspicion.
じゃあやっぱり
サトシ君が犯行の時間帯だく。
後で警察がうちに来るみたい。
お姉、取ってつけた嘘なんか何も手を打たなかったなら、今さら小細工しても無駄ってことです。せいぜい正直に喋ってください。お姉は芝居が下手なんだから。
ごめん。
Okay. So that kind of makes sense of what we saw at the end of chapter 3 with what happened with Keiichi. And like she ensured that like he would have an alibi this time around. Right? She didn't want a repeat of whatever happened with Satoshi, so she ensured that he'd have an alibi this time around. She sounded depressed. I was the one who should have been depressed. Mion usually handles things well, but she's not too good with emergencies. I was left worried for the future of the Sonozaki family. Mio must have been embarrassed. She soon changed the subject.
最近は
ご検察いたおかげさまで。
今日は私夜まで姿を隠してるから バイトに出られるんじゃない？
Sis has been appearing in public places during festival preparations and whatnot. As a result, I hadn't been able to pretend to be her. I hadn't been able to work. As someone who had to support myself, it was a bit of a pain. To be honest, I didn't feel like working, but I couldn't afford to be sitting around either. When I locked my apartment door before leaving, the door of the next apartment over opened and Kasai appeared.
シオンさん、
そんなとこお姉が姿を隠してくれるそうなんで、葛西暇だったら。
シオンさん、しばらく事件のせいで警察は園崎家界隈を監視しているようですし、あまり姿を表に出さない方がいいのではないかと思う。
お気遣いは嬉しいけど、バイトしないと食費もないわけですし。
Kasai might suggest he'd donate money to my cause. However, I had sworn to myself when I started living here that I wouldn't depend on Kasai. While I don't obey anyone else's rules, I stick to my own. Kasai could tell that I was adamant in my decision. So after repeating himself a couple of times as a formal procedure, he decided to give me a ride after all. Every time we went to my uncle's store by car, we stopped at this traffic light. I knew it was going to happen again, but it still irritated me. Pedestrians passed by in front of the car. I started to see that one of them looked like Satoshi-kun. It was him. Though I'd spoken with him on the phone just a couple of days before, it's been a while since I saw him last.
葛西、悪いけどおじさんに、私ここで降りま。
え、シオンさん。
Kasai looked taken aback, but I got out of the car regardless. The light turned green. The car behind him honked while Kasai was shouting at me, so he had to start moving. Satoshi-kun was on his bike, but he was going really slowly. I caught up with him in a flash and tapped him on the back.
ハロロ、沖宮で会うなんて奇遇ですね、サトシ君。
If I talked to him with a smile, he might smile back. So I smiled as brightly as I could.
Mio.
He looked tired as always. But as I could tell, he was trying to smile back. My worry suddenly disappeared. I was certain I looked happy. I was aware of that myself, so it must have been obvious to Satoshi-kun.
何があったか知らないけど。
ええ、楽しい。サトシ君の機嫌が良さそうなので、私も釣られて機嫌が良くなっただけです。
When I teased him, he looked a bit embarrassed. It was like we were back in the good old days. Felt even happier than before. The good old days. It was like a week ago.
サトシ君こそ何か機嫌が良くなるような。
いいこと。おばさんが亡くなって、警察とかご近所とかいろいろ大変だよ。
I might have asked something dumb. Yeah. He seemed to be okay with it though. He'd frowned a bit at first, but Satoshi-kun continued smiling gently. He looked worn out, but satisfied, like he had accomplished something great. That was the mood I sensed from him. So, I was convinced. The one who killed that wicked aunt who tormented Satoko was him. I had absolutely no proof, but I knew it intuitively. So I omitted all those questions. I knew Satoshi-kun's motive for killing his aunt and how badly he was driven into a corner. I knew the environment and the situation he was in. And I knew Satoshi-kun's feelings. I knew all of that. So I omitted all those questions. I wanted to celebrate his release from that curse, so I smiled like nothing was different as I asked.
サトシ君はどこかへおで、あ、バイトか。
正解。その前に寄り道。
寄り道？
毎日ちゃんとショーケースにあるのを確認しないとなんだか不安で。
Oh. He had to make sure it was still there. No, there's no way he would do that at 8 o'clock at night. There's no way, yeah, he was running, there's no way he could run barefoot all the way to Okonomiya, so that's definitely not what he was implying in the previous day. The reason he started his part-time job was to buy Satoko a huge teddy bear. He was being sold at the toy store just down the street. I recalled that the teddy bear was very expensive. Satoko's birthday was right after the festival. I wasn't sure what day, though. Wait, didn't he say he quit his job? Maybe he was going to greet his ex-coworkers and clean out his locker or something. Either way, he'd be completely free very soon. Oh. Oh, is that where he's gonna get jumped? Maybe he hadn't been paid yet. That's why he wanted to check if they still had the teddy bear. Maybe he was only getting paid on Satoko's birthday. When he got near the toy store, he rushed to the display window. He looked relieved that it hadn't been sold yet.
よかったよかった。大丈夫。ちゃんとあるよ。
買えるだけのお金はなら予約とかしちゃえばいいのに。
もう。
He probably hadn't thought of that. He really did need someone to look after him. I looked into the display window over his shoulder. The teddy bear wasn't that cute, in my opinion. It looked huge and cramped in the middle of the store showcase. Really, it looked more like a display model than an item for sale.
値札がついてないけど、これ一体いくらする？
売り物な。
値段は？予算は大丈夫？
大丈夫だよ。ちゃんと確認してあるよ。
Satoshi-kun thought I was teasing him again. He pouted and looked a little sulky.
予算が大丈夫なら予約しちゃいましょう。その方がサトシ君も心の荷が下りていいでしょうしね。
We entered the store and looked for a clerk.
誰もいないのか。
サトシ君、お給料日を待たずにぬいぐるみが手に入るかもですね。
ダメだよミオン。泥棒はいけないよ。
冗談ですって。軽く受け流してほしかったんだけどな。ひょっとして私が盗っ人の真似を平気。
あ、ごめん。
Satoshi-kun smiled apologetically, puffed up my cheeks to tease him. It had really been a while since the last time we did this. In between those times, many undesirable things happened that I wanted to forget. But now I felt as though all those things simply vanished into the air around us. I found an old person napping in the back. He must be the clerk, I thought. He looked to be fast asleep.
お店の方ですよね。
I poked his shoulder, but it didn't look like he was going to wake up. When I did that, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron came in.
おじいちゃん、お客さん。もううちのおじいちゃんもすっかりボケちゃって。
The middle-aged woman shook the old man awake and told him to go back to the living room. She went to the cash register after that.
お恥ずかしい。何かお買い上げ？
あのショーケースの中の。
あれ？いい値札。かなり高いけど。
ギリギリ。
もうすぐバイトのお給料が入るそうなので、それまで予約したいんですけど。
The woman looked a bit hesitant at first, but she eventually wrote down Satoshi-kun's name and accepted the reservation. Satoshi-kun received a slip of paper.
これでもう誰かに先に買われちゃう心配。
お給料がもらえるのはもうすぐなんだけどね。
He would have kept
これで安心できる。
He would have kept coming to check every day if he hadn't done this now. He would have spent his time needlessly worrying. Satoshi-kun looked very relieved indeed.
これなら
普通の人は欲しいと思ったら即よ。そういう思考に至らないサトシ君はちょいと希少。
It's so very fun to tease him. Those painful days seem unbelievable now. Satoshi-kun looked like he'd forgotten everything that happened up until yesterday.
でもありがとう。
Satoshi-kun held out his hand to touch my head. Was he going to stroke it? Felt my face reddening already. Even before he touched my head, I felt tingly remembering the last time. I didn't care about the murder or whatever else happened. As long as Satoshi-kun had his freedom, everything would be alright. Oh, I can't wait for... I can't wait for whatever happens to happen. I can't wait for you to have your fucking happiness ripped away from you. It's gonna feel so fucking good. I'd be content as long as we could live happily from today onward. But Satoshi-kun's hand never reached my head. I slowly opened my eyes, only to realize that the situation had drastically changed. There were 4 men in suits blocking our way. It looked as though they'd been waiting for us to exit the toy store.
どうもどうも。
Oishi, you son of a bitch. I knew you were up to some shit. The oldest of the 4 men stepped forward while smirking. Never met this man, but it looked like he knew both Mion and Satoshi-kun. And that... and this right here is why Shion hates fucking Oishi. Mion may have her own reasons, but I'm sure this moment, whatever's about to go down right now, is exactly why Shion hates Oishi. He was probably a cop. I ran a search for information in my head. Found some right away.
こんにちは。北条さん、園崎。いい雰囲気だったところを邪魔しちゃって実に申し訳ないです。
This must be Kuraudo Oishi. The cop was investigating the series of mysterious deaths. Thinks that the Sonozaki family is behind all the cases. In other words, he's an enemy of the Sonozaki family. He has deep connections with other investigation divisions in the police force and likes to nose around the business in this area. He annoys the Sonozaki family enough as it is by interfering with its Yakuza business, let alone his suspicions on the series of mysterious deaths. Naturally, as the family's successor, he's not a welcome figure to Mion Sonozaki. I tried to imagine how Sis would react.
ありゃあ、お仕事ご苦労様。大の大人が4人もまさかお人形。
I know what they want, and it's not a toy. It's probably not me either. They want Satoshi-kun. I took a look at Satoshi-kun. He seemed a bit uncomfortable. The other 3 cops loosely surrounded us to prevent our escape.
北条、実はですね。
何それ、任意同行ってやつ？サトシ君、こんなのに付き合う必要ないよ。行こう。
I pushed on his shoulder, but he just stood there looking pale and bewildered. Bewildered? No, he actually looked resigned. Then, I recalled Sis's mistake. It's obvious that he killed his aunt from the circumstances. Don't even have to look at the crime scene. Especially if it's a setup. Especially if Oishi's in on the setup. How could Mion have failed to create an alibi? That stupid Mion must have spoken to the police without making anything up at all. She must not have told him that she knew where Satoshi-kun was. If she hadn't done anything, the villagers would have worked to help her. It was just a matter of time until the police uncovered Satoshi-kun's complete lack of an alibi. Alibi? Jesus Christ. Alibi. And the police were trying to corner him and lead him to confess. I looked at Satoshi-kun's face once again. He looked like a dead man. Probably didn't know he could refuse to be interrogated. If he was taken to the station and grilled by Oishi, he'd confess in a minute. Somebody had to protect him. Nobody had ever been there for him. Oh. Because that's the thing, he does disappear on Satoko's birthday. That's been established, right? On the day of, he goes to buy the teddy bear, but then he doesn't come back. He goes to pick it up anyway. It's like a couple days after the festival. This is the very next day. So when it happened this day. So I'm guessing, yeah, they're way. And of course, Shion wouldn't wouldn't be there for Satoko's birthday. Wouldn't want anything to do with it. So yeah, I imagine Satoshi goes to pick a, and that's the thing, since he reserved it, even if he gets away now, they know when he's going to come back. That's the thing. They know when he's going to come back. I had to step up now. But how? Would it be possible to alter what Mion had already told them, saying it was a mistake? That wasn't going to work. If I had more time, I'd come up with an excellent idea, but I didn't have that much time at all. To pressure him, the cops were drawing nearer. Satoshi-kun must have felt intimidated. He might end up turning himself in due to the pressure while I'm stuck trying to come up with something. I have to do something now. I have to say something. Otherwise Satoshi-kun might give in. What are you cooking here, Shion? I have to save him. How? Oh, she drew nearer. Satoshi-kun fell back.
It
won't take much time. He just said it. He just said he wouldn't let him out if he caught him now. Satoshi-kun, don't give in. If you give in now, everything you've been working for will be ruined. Satoshi-kun looked like he was at his breaking point. Oishi was clearly aware of it. Oishi smirked, held out his arm to grab Satoshi-kun's shoulder. I felt electrified when I saw that. That hand shouldn't be allowed to touch Satoshi-kun. The moment Oishi touched his shoulder, he'd give in. He'd go to the police station and confess everything.
Satoshi-kunにアリバイがあるか知りたいわ。
Bold move, Shion. Bold move. Bold move. I understand it's a last-ditch desperate effort. Very bold move. Considering you have no idea what Mion has told them, you assume she's told him nothing, but like, you know she hasn't given like an alibi. Oishi turned his face toward me, his hand left hanging in the air. I wasn't very prepared for this, clearly. I just had to stop Oishi no matter what. I only needed to gain some time. Didn't really matter what I said.
そうですよ。北条聡さんのアリバイが知りな。私たちの捜査がまずいからなのかな。仕方ないから。恥を忍んでご本人に直接そのあたりをお伺い。
そんなの本人に私がアリバイ。
ありゃ、そりゃなら助かる。あの晩園崎さんが神社にいて、お祭りの最後まで過ごしていたことはすでにそのあなたが。でもあんた。実はいまして、祭り会場の誰一人、北条さんを見ていないのに。
そうです。私と一緒にいました。
あなたが仲良しのお友達と終始それでも一緒なそいつはちょっと
She approached me with a creepy smile. Was he teasing me because my excuse sounded funny? I don't think so. He was frustrated due to being interrupted when he was about to catch a big fish.
祭り会場でずっと一緒に遊んでたの園崎美音さん。
I did get a little scared, but I couldn't stop myself. I could save Satoshi-kun if I revealed my identity. I was aware of the risk. Grandma would certainly capture me if I revealed it. I think of the consequences after that. Oh.
っていうか、私ミオンじゃないですし。
Oh. And now it's a parallel of what happened in chapter 2? When like the thugs were kind of ganging up on Keiichi, Mion stepped in. Or not Mion, Shion. Shion or one of them.
だからもともと綿流しになん
あ
サトシ君とは綿流しの番はエンジェルモートって店ですので、どうぞ店長にも確認を取ってください。
Oh, she was still smirking, but he apparently felt confused.
あんたミオンじゃ
園崎、ミオンの双子の妹、初めてお会いしますね。こんにちは。
Oh, she looked perplexed, like he didn't believe what I'd said. He frowned.
園崎美音さんにあんた
からかってなんどうぞ戸籍でも何でも知らそれともお姉を呼んで二人で並んでみせれば信じます？
All the cops look bewildered now.
園崎
はい、シオンですが。
あんたにもあんたが園崎シオンさんで
お手柔らかによろしくお願いいたします。
Yo, I figured Shion would have to reveal our identity at some point. At some point, Shion has to become a known identity. But you know, honestly, I gotta give her props. That's definitely the best way she could have done it. She did it in defense of Satoshi. It was her last-ditch Hail Mary effort. She's like, yeah, no. Obviously, I'm not altering my alibi. I'm not Mion. I can't alter Mion's alibi. I'm someone else. What now, fuckers? The cops gathered at their car and started discussing something. Looked like they never expected this to happen. Yeah, no, typically you don't. These motherfuckers who have only ever known Mion as the successor, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, no, I'm the twin sister. The fucking what? Excuse me? The who now? I hope to be able to fake Satoshi-kun's alibi for at least a little while. Shouldn't be too difficult to talk to Sis about this and then forge up an alibi together. Yeah, I'll just talk to Sis about it. I'm sure she's gonna be very chill about the fact that I just outed who I was.
サトシ君、何を聞かれてもエンジェルモードで私が何とかします。何を聞かれてもよく覚えていない。
Satoshi-kun wore a startled expression. I was telling him something important, he apparently decided not to listen. Yeah, no, I imagine he kinda just had his fucking world rocked. I mean, I guess it was a very similar thing with Keiichi, right? Where he's like, oh my god. Well, that's the thing, at least with Keiichi, like, he was being told there was another person. Satoshi didn't even have that. At least with Keiichi, he was like, oh my god, she was telling the truth, she is a totally different person, holy fuck. With Satoshi, he's had no indication there was a sister. This whole time he thinks he's getting closer to one of his friends and boom, it's a whole different person altogether. Like, yeah, I'd be pretty fucking dumbstruck too, I can't lie.
サトシ君、ここでしっかりしない。
Must have been feeling deceived. No wonder. I just confessed that I wasn't Mion, but her twin sister. I really had been deceiving him. Uh-huh.
怒ってます？
なんで？
騙して。
Satsuki-kun started laughing. I didn't know why he'd laugh, because he wasn't the type of person who would laugh in order to hide
た
something.
まに教室のミオンと話が食いやっとわかったよ。
怒らないで、騙してたこと。
Satsuki-kun looked puzzled. It was like he didn't know whether he should be upset about it or not. Maybe he was only pretending to be that way.
はじめまして。
じゃないんだよね。
そっか、シオンって。
詩を読むの詩に。
シオン。いい名前だね。
じゃあお二人さん、粉末でよければコーヒーか紅茶かくらいは選べますよ。
Okay, okay. You pulled me in. You pulled me in. I'm finally interested to see where this ends up going. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Page 29. What do we learn? Either Satoshi-kun was smart or very lucky. Or maybe it wasn't him. The police found nothing at the crime scene to indicate his involvement in the murder. Uh-huh. Because it wasn't him. Yes, Satoshi-kun was still the prime suspect, which would make sense. Considering his home environment, he had a strong enough motive. He had no alibi. The police had everything other than physical evidence. It wasn't surprising that Oishi took a chance. Probably didn't expect me to step in, but what I did was too little to avert his suspicion of Satoshi-kun. Oishi believed that Satoshi-kun did it. Yeah, because he was framed. He was waiting for Satoshi-kun to fall apart and confess. That's what both Oishi and I were thinking. But that hypothesis was destroyed later on. I'll not talk about it now. But Oishi's theory will be disproven, and the police will be thrown into shock. The question comes to mind, that is, who saved Satoshi-kun? You can only think of the possibility that the Sonozaki family invented the culprit. Because they very much did. Obviously, I think they want, so, okay. That makes things make a bit more sense now. They wanted to use Satoshi as the scapegoat. Because that seemed to be like Orio's intention, right, at the night of the festival. She wanted to use Satoshi as the scapegoat, but Shion, pops out of the shadows like, surprise, bitch, I know the truth, it ain't him. Actually, she doesn't know the truth, she's just trying to cover for him, and happened to stumble onto the truth that it was actually him. But she's like, surprise, bitch, here I am to throw a fucking wrench in your plans, what now? So then... So then, yeah, they're kind of like in a rush. So like, if Oishi's in on it, he's probably wondering like, what the fuck? Am I not supposed to I thought we were setting up this kid. What's this? Who is this other Sonozaki I've never met before? What the hell is going on? And then they're just like, all right, fuck it. Find someone. Find someone. And then I'm sure they still are the ones responsible behind Satoshi's disappearance, because they had never intended for him to stick around regardless. Or maybe that's just done totally to spite Shion. That's the thing, Satoshi was meant to be the target that gets demoned away, I'm assuming. And he still ended up kind of being the one, because like, the culprit comes out, confesses, gets, dies in custody, and then I'm sure Oreo is just so pissed at Shion for doing what she does, for totally throwing a wrench in her plans, that she still gets rid of Satoshi regardless to get back at Shion. I could totally see that being the case. The cops are smart enough to separate us during questioning. Well, she didn't come talk to me. His aim was Satoshi-kun and nobody else. I got a young cop who just talked about ordinary things. He must have been trying to ease me into the interrogation. When I realized that, the clumsy way he spoke began to frustrate me. Is Satoshi-kun alright? I didn't think Oishi really bought my testimony. Must have been trying to get Satoshi-kun to confess in spite of that. All I could do was pray that he'd keep quiet. The phone on the desk rang, and the cop picked it up.
はい、熊谷です。はい？ああ、わかりました。すぐに。
He hung up and had told me somebody had come to retrieve me. Looked like Satoshi-kun had to stay. Were they going to continue the interrogation just because he had nobody to pick him up? Although maybe I should have been worrying more about myself. The hag had probably heard about me by now, since I revealed my identity to the police. Couldn't hide any longer. I was going to receive some sort of punishment. I had no idea what she'd end up doing to me. The degree of punishment for a traitor is always severe in the world of the Sonozakis. The punishment must be carried out. If it's to protect the family's reputation, it's carried out no matter what. Maybe I should kiss my pinky finger while I can. Ask the young cop just in case.
ねえねえ、アメリカなんかでよく死刑囚が死刑廃止の州で捕まると引き渡さないでくれるっていう話あるじゃないですか。
ん？
Maybe it was too difficult for him. He just looked puzzled. A glossy black car was waiting for me in front of the police station. Two men from my dad's office bowed to me.
シオンさん。
ダサいわ。
Kasai had been helping me ever since my escape from the school. It wouldn't allow him to walk free.
お姉はどうしてるの？何か言ってる？
私たちはシオンさんを詳しくは本家でお尋ねになってください。
After saying that, he escorted me into the car. A man sat on either side of me. Obviously, they didn't want me to escape. Thinking of Satoshi-kun, I looked back at the police station. Hold on tight, Satoshi-kun. I'll grin and bear it too. The car started off roughly. It was never a good occasion when I went to this house. Except when Mion and I were really small, oblivious of what the Sonozaki name meant for us. I've been here only when I had to attend boring family councils. The car parked behind the house. Traders aren't allowed in through the main gate. I got out of the car. Looked like Sis would be the only person to receive me. I almost spoke to her casually, but her cold gaze froze me before I could.
お久しぶりですね、シオン。新年以外に会えるとは思いませんでした。
He gave me the chills to hear her greet me in that cold manner.
ミオン姉様こそ新年以外にお顔が見れて3問くらいの得を感じます。
I responded, trying to sound
当
likewise.
主は大変どう釈明されるか私がするような釈明なんて
I had no
別にないで
excuse.
すし。
I'd escaped from the school solely because I couldn't stand it there. That was all.
シオン、来なさい。皆待っています。
Mion escorted me, and others followed. We went to the garden, not into the house. As we passed through the huge yard into the woods, I realized where she was taking me. When we were little, we were told never to go near these woods. I had a vague idea of what was in the back of them. I'd heard there was a hidden entrance to the underground torture room where they used to punish the enemies of the family. The more hideous rumors I heard about the family, the more credible those rumors seemed. Well, I wasn't completely certain about any of that. I had never expected to see the torture room for myself. We came to a conclave clearing in the middle of the woods. I saw a metal door at the bottom of it. The door reminded me of a bomb shelter.
これが噂の地下拷問室ってやつですね。
I was surprised to hear my own voice. My voice was trembling. Made me realize that I was more scared than I thought. Nobody answered my question. The very air felt tense. According to the family rules, one of the twins must be eliminated. Was I finally going to be eliminated? I realized I had been underestimating my punishment. I hadn't been aware of the real terror until now. I just thought I was. Beyond the steel door, the air had an intimidating smell. This really was happening to me. I shouldn't allow myself to give in to fear. I felt like saying something rude, but my lips were dry, and my fingers were fidgeting. I was escorted through the narrow hallway and down a few sets of stairs. There I saw another huge steel door. So this was the place. It was spacious and utterly odd-looking room. The room had two sections that looked completely different. One side looked like a lounge. I saw several high-ranking members of the family council sitting on cushions there, looking expressionless. The other half was tiled, as if in a large public bath. That was already puzzling enough. And there were those things. To be honest, they had captured my attention from the moment I arrived. I had noticed them even before I saw the lounge and tiled space. I just want to accept that they existed. Couldn't stand straight. I almost dropped to my knees, but I couldn't. Two young men had been holding me by the arm since I got here. There were oddly shaped things hanging from the wall. I was just refusing to recognize what they were. I knew exactly what they were called. I see. I understood that those eerily shaped objects were torture devices from hell.
だほがどの面下げて戻ってきた思うとっとと
The hag, sitting at the front of the lounge, intimidated me in a horrid voice. She kept cursing me for a little while, but she was so incensed that I could barely tell what she was saying. I knew what she was trying to say, though. The hag was willing to forgive my escape from the school. Once I revealed my identity to the police, she had to step in. Since I had disobeyed the family rules, she, as the leader, was forced to punish me. Moreover, there was one thing that bothered her more than anything else. The fact that I covered for Satoshi-kun. The Hojo family had been seen as traitors to the village ever since the dam conflict. Satoshi-kun is still considered one of them. She couldn't accept that I was connected to him. To me, this was a bit unexpected. I'd escaped from the school the hag had put me in. All the while I believed that was what she was upset about. But in fact, she said that she was the most uncomfortable with my connection with Satoshi-kun. I couldn't believe this. Of course I knew that Satoshi-kun's family was persecuted for their betrayal. I didn't think that Satoshi-kun was also burdened with that responsibility.
そんなのサトシ君の親はわかるとしてもサトシ君こ
しゃあらしいわ
The hag interrupted me with a shout, which made me cower in fear. She continued slandering the Hojos and said that Satoshi-kun was a cursed child. I started feeling pissed off. What did he do to deserve this? What was he being blamed for? It was too late when I realized I said that out loud. The hag looked furious. I'd obviously upset her. So I had to repeat myself to make it very clear how I felt.
鬼ババ黙って聞いてれば言いたい放題
なんばねす
やかましいしまいまで聞きなよ鬼ババ
I shouted loudly to silence the hag.
だいたいあんたはサトシ君の何を知ってるの
You know, for once, I'm gonna let you talk your shit.
サトシ君のことをよく知りもしないくせにサトシ君がどんな彼が北条だからいけんばっかみたい時代錯誤も甚だしいその先の私が北条のサトシ君と一緒にいたくったらないばっかみたいこんな安っぽい色味釣りを自分で体験できるなんて
My voice became hoarse from shouting. My face was messy with tears. Even so, I didn't feel like putting a stop to my emotional explosion. I was all too aware that I was doing this just to overwhelm my fear. The hag was glaring at me while breathing heavily. I glared back at her as fiercely as I could. Eventually, I realized that her sticking point was my relationship with Satoshi-kun. She was only upset that I had a mere connection with him.
そっかミオンがそういう告げ口をしたわけか
It was as though Mion was wearing a mask. She didn't budge under my penetrating glare. That was what the hag was really unhappy about. The fact that I was in love with Satoshi-kun.
確かに私自分が園崎家だとか認めますよ私は北条聡彼のことがそれっていけない人が人を好きになるのに何か理由が必要
I could see the relatives shaking their heads in turmoil. Among them, I saw my mom. She must have been trying to protect me. But even she wouldn't look at me. Instead, she looked silently at the floor.
後ろのあんたたちも聞こ私おかしいあんたたちだってサトシ君をよく知れば彼がどんなに素敵な男の子で私が好きになるのがおかしくないことがすぐにわかるなのになんで相手の人格も知ろうとしないで一方的に
Mion held out a hand to silence me. Then she slowly walked in my direction.
もう結構ですあなたの言い分と書く
Mion put her head close to mine and whispered.
シオンの覚悟はでもここまで言い切っちゃシオンがけじめをつけてみすけじめなんで私がなんでそんなバカなシオン
Mion's face turned cold again and she calmly told me.
あなたの言う個人でもねあなたも理解していると思うけど御三家の末席そしてあなたは仮にもそれが
I interrupted her.
あんたとはこっちに帰ってから大人の事情みたいなことばっかひなみ沢園崎家だからな私はそんなの全然興味な聞きなさい
Mion interrupted me just like I did her.
シオンは今日まで沖宮で生活するにあたってどれだけの人の世話になってる
Chills shot through my spine. Yeah, you're gonna say you don't give a fuck about the Sonozakis at all, but you relied on, someone who worked for the Sonozakis and then one of your actual uncles who was trying to help you out. Like, you don't give a fuck about the whole reputation shit, sure, but you clearly do give a shit somewhat about the family itself.
葛西さん奥の牢屋にいるなんで葛西が
I knew why, of course. The moment I got caught, those who helped me were destined to meet the same fate. We were all subject to the punishment of betrayal. Maybe my punishment would be lighter than what they'd be going through. Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro must have been treated much worse than this. Everybody who helped me was falling victim.
シオンがどういう目にあっお世話になった葛西さんや吉郎おじさんがどうなるかまでは考えが及ばない
My head rapidly cooled down. My aggression was all used up. I should be able to bear whatever punishment they'd bring on me. But I resented the fact that I'd be putting the people who supported me at risk.
シオンばっちゃんに謝ってけじめをつけてみせれば誰にも迷惑でも私そんなにも悪いことした
The The moment Mion learned that I wasn't willing to apologize, her expression turned cold again. She turned her back to me and returned to the lounge. I talked back to the hag in a really harsh manner. I told her that I didn't do anything wrong, yet I involved many people who I owed so much. And without saying, this was my responsibility. I was the sole person to blame, and no fault lay with them. Yes, Kasai and Yoshiro-san were blameless, just as Satoshi-kun was. But then, as if she read my mind, Mion turned around, gave a slight nod. It's possible that something was going to happen to Satoshi-kun, on top of Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro. That can't happen. Satoshi-kun, I mean, nobody else should be punished. Please forgive them.
何ですか?
Tears rolled down my cheeks. I no longer cared about my pride. I should have said what the hag wanted to hear, yet she still looked unsatisfied. Maybe that wasn't too surprising. I just denounced her so badly in front of the relatives. She wouldn't forgive me so easily. Just then, Mion spoke as the successor.
ではどうやってけじめをつけじめってどうすれば
Nothing could be scarier than being told to pay up while standing next to horrid-looking torture devices. I was completely terrified. I couldn't move from trembling. Mion saw that and whispered to our grandmother. The hag nodded. Mion summoned some young minions and gave them an order. They removed one of the torture devices hanging on the wall, and then set a table in front of me and put the device on top of it.
何爪を剥ぐための道具使い方はわかりますわかるわけないでしょ
I shook as I stared at the tool. Like, honestly, as painful as that is, like... And yeah, that's excruciatingly painful. Like, that's pretty light, all things considered, like what they could do, you know? It looked like a giant nail clipper. Yeah. You probably put the part that looks like a beak between your finger and fingernail, pulling them apart if you squeeze the handle. The chills ran up and down my spine when I imagined that. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not painless, that's for sure, but in the grand scheme of things, it's letting you off pretty light.
爪1枚ずつで園崎シオンどの指でも構い自らの手で3枚の爪を剥がしてみせなさい
3. One for Kasai, one for Uncle Yoshiro, and the last for Satoshi-kun. It was a fairly reasonable number.
約束して私がちゃんと自分これはあなたのけじめでこの方法がやるから待ってよやるから
I put the device to my little finger while shaking badly. If my fingernail were shorter, it would have been harder. The metal beak captured my little finger beautifully. The subordinates then stabilized my left hand with a different restraining tool. That seemed reasonable, because my finger would slip out if it weren't restrained like that. As the subordinates buckled up the leather straps, I realized that this was really happening, that there was no escape. Somewhere in my mind, I'd been thinking that they might not forgive me after just the gesture alone. Shouldn't have been so naive. The emotions I'd been holding back appeared in the form of tears and kept rolling down my cheeks. It was like my feelings were being squeezed out until the very last drip. Something even more horrifying followed this. It was the silence that awaited my next action.
どうするの
One of the subordinates pointed to the handle and told me to either squeeze it or hit it. He recommended that the latter would be easier to make it quick. Nobody said anything after that. There was nothing to hear but the sound of my sweat dripping onto the floor. The onlookers were staring at me silently, waiting for me to execute my punishment. Both the hag and Mion. They were also anticipating it. I could refuse, but that meant I wouldn't be paying up. And that's the thing. We do know that Kasai and I believe the Uncle Yoshiro are still alive and well in 83. Right? So it makes sense if like she gets like 2 of them done and then isn't quite able to finish the 3rd one, chickens out, or just, I mean, chickens out isn't fair, but just can't muster the strength to do the 3rd one. So then the family decides, well, we'll decide which 2 those, you know, nails account for. Because obviously they know which one she would want, but like, this punishment exists to offer payment in exchange for the safety for those who helped me. If I refused, they would suffer. I started breathing heavily. I knew that if I did this, the others would go free. This was, if you thought about it, quite a good deal. That's what I'm saying. Because here's the thing, even when you rip your fingernails off, like, they can still grow back. Not saying it's like, it's still very much a punishment, because fuck, it is painful as hell. Not that I've ever ripped a fingernail off, but like, that's the thing. You know, I've just done so much as like, clipping a nail a bit too short, and then like, having to like, peel that off, and like, feeling as it rips off, like, that alone fucking hurts like hell. Having the whole fucking fingernail come off, yeah, no, like, it's definitely something incredibly painful. If it weren't me, it wouldn't be just 3 fingernails. If it were Kasai, he'd have to sacrifice his little finger or something even worse. I knew that. It was my selfish desire to get away from that school. Why did Kasai have to suffer because of that? I knew that. Why did Uncle Yoshiro have to suffer just because he provided me with a job? I knew that the hag and the other relatives still hated the Hojos, so I didn't know what they'd do to Satoshi-kun if I didn't do this. Would they bring Satoshi-kun here and tell him to do the same? Would they tell him to remove his fingernails in exchange for forgiving me? He'd do it. He'd sacrifice himself with no hesitation in order to save others. My sweat dripped onto the table through my nose. I'd do it. Yes. It was only 3 fingernails. Might hurt a lot, but I wouldn't die. The fingernails would grow back. It wouldn't even leave a huge scar. I shouldn't be afraid. No, fear's reasonable. Like, the anticipation of the pain is definitely valid. I'll give you that one. The punishment was minimal because it was me. If I refused to do this, the others would be punished much more severely. Couldn't let that happen to Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, or Satoshi-kun. I was the only one who should be punished. So I just needed to bear the pain. I wasn't just breathing heavily anymore. I was also moaning faintly, ready to scream at any moment. That's right. Make it quick. This wasn't torture, so I didn't have to prolong the moment of pain. I should do it in one swift blow. Unfortunately, yeah. That way my pain and fear would be minimized. I raised my right arm. Quickly. The pain would be less if I did it in one stroke. It'd be much more painful if I messed it up. Yeah. If you don't hit it with enough force, it only goes like halfway back, so you still have to go another. Oh. Ooh. I held my breath. I felt as if my body was frozen. I was choking. The chills crept up my spine. Don't be afraid, Shion. Fingernails are just a tiny fraction of the whole body. Just 1 square centimeter. I could do this. I could bear it. I smacked my right hand onto the handle of the device. I sensed the noise through my body instead of through my ears. At the same time, I felt a pain I'd never experienced before. A moment later, the pain pulsated with my heartbeat. I clenched my teeth. I felt like my teeth were cracking. I tightly shut my eyes until my eyeballs got squeezed up. The pain wouldn't fade. Rather, it swelled with my blood pressure. Felt as though it was bloating like a balloon. Timidly, I opened my eyes. I found that my little finger wasn't really drenched in blood. It was bleeding, but not much. Certainly not enough to explain how much it hurt. My fingernail was open, just like the hood of a car. Yeah. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was overwhelming. It occurred to me that I'd only done 1 out of 3. I have to repeat this 2 more times? Do I have to remove the nails from my ring and middle fingers as well? I looked at the hag and at Mion begging for mercy, but they were just silently staring at me, as if the show had only just begun. I saw no hint of mercy in their eyes. They wouldn't be changing their minds. Since they said 3, it had to be 3. They wouldn't forgive me until I removed 2 more fingernails. Mion answered, still wearing a cold look. She didn't mean that it was sufficient. What she meant is that there were others who would have to take the remaining punishment if I didn't. I knew that. I really did know. I quickly moved the metal beak and set it on my ring finger, and smacked it with no hesitation. Instead of making it quick, maybe I was just rushing out of fear. I'd messed up. The torture tool had clipped just the tip of my fingernail. The pain, however, was equal. Couldn't believe I'd only chipped it. Did I have to do it again? Did I have to continue removing the nail from my ring finger? That much pain again? Again?
Shion.
I couldn't bear it anymore. I started crying shamelessly. They didn't seem to hear my voice. I felt as though there was an invisible barrier between us. They showed no mercy. They were just here to witness this ritual. So rather than sympathetic, they looked amazed by my screw-up. Mia walked up to me, whispered to my crying face. Mion shook her head, then signaled the subordinates. They came from behind me. They covered my head with something like a knit cap. It was a blindfold. One of them pinned me in a full Nelson hold, restricting my movement. I couldn't overpower the guy behind me. Then I felt something strange on my left hand. The other guy was doing something with the torture tool. He put the metal beak between my ring finger and its fingernail. My left hand was fixed in the restraint, so I couldn't put up much protest anyway. But even that left hand was pressed down by his rough palms until it hurt, robbing it of the freedom even to tremble. They had no hesitation. It was made very clear to me how merciless people could be. Robbed of my vision, all I could do was clench my teeth against the pain assailing me. If there was anything I was thankful for, it was that he was well practiced and ripped off both of my fingernails cleanly. Pain and screaming might induce narcotic chemicals in the brain. While screaming, I started to lose consciousness. But ultimately, it wasn't good enough because she wasn't able to do it herself, right? Kasai gets to go free. Right? Because she managed to do one herself. I don't know what happens with the uncle. But because she wasn't able to do all... I'm going to assume because she wasn't able to do all three on her own, they still end up taking out Satoshi. My memories were missing. I couldn't remember how I got back to my room. I held my head with both hands. My left hand was bandaged. The fingers that had their nails removed had swollen like hot dogs. I'd paid with those 3 fingernails for what I did. The hag had said something after the punishment, but I didn't remember any of it. I was taken to a hospital in Okonomiya. The car shook on the way, adding extra pain on top of what I already felt. Somebody gave me some aspirin. They worked just like they said on TV. But they didn't last more than 10 minutes. I swallowed the pills without water. While I was spacing out in the waiting lounge, Kasai showed up. Probably came to check if I was alright. I obviously wasn't. He must have understood that from my bandaged left arm dangling from my shoulder. Kasai, on the other hand, looked just fine. At least on the outside. I was relieved that my sacrifice had meant something. Kasai didn't say anything. I couldn't tell if he wanted to tell me something or not because he looked so emotionless.
Kasai?
He paused shortly before answering. I could tell he was upset. I didn't regret revealing my true identity in order to protect Satoshi-kun, but I hadn't wanted Kasai or Uncle Yoshiro to be hurt. I had been contradicting myself.
吉郎おじさんはどうなった？
いいえ。したたかな方、ご無事と思い、後で謝られた方。
I wanted to ask him about Satoshi-kun, too. I wonder if he was captured or harassed by the Sonozaki family because of me. But I was hesitant to ask Kasai. After all, I'd chosen Satoshi-kun over them. Was Satoshi-kun alright? I hoped he wouldn't get caught or incarcerated somewhere. Well, I paid the hospital bill and Kasai gave me a ride home. I finally realized that somebody was knocking on my door.
シオンさん、横になり続けるのも、やはり体に毒です。
It was Kasai. He put some side dishes on the table and we started nibbling at them.
気分は
落ち着いた。
この数日、食事はされて。
冷蔵庫の中の残り物。あとは天井を見てるか眠っているかのどっちか。
It had been 3 days. I'd just been lying down since then. I woke up every now and then in my shallow sleep, but I didn't feel like getting up or thinking. I felt like I'd just been floating the whole time. My appetite was gone, but it came back with the smell of the food Kasai bought. I wasn't able to think of anything to talk to Kasai about, so I just ate silently.
昨日シオンさんの部屋に何度か電話したけど出なかったからということで。
The moment I heard Mion's name, I felt my wounds throb. But I didn't stop Kasai, who continued.
園崎本家としてはあの学園には退学届が出されます。シオンさんは沖宮の学校に編入になるそうです。
One of those fingernails didn't account for Satoshi, did it? One of them only accounted for running away from the school.
園崎シオンの人権が。
そうですね。今後は園崎シオンとしてですが、緑にひなみ沢には園崎ミオンを語らないこと、人前に緑に姿を現さないこと、
存在を認めてやるから。
そういうことにもちろん永続ほとぼりが冷めるまでと具体的にいつまでという期限があるわけではありませんが、
私は沖宮でひっそり暮らす。もともとこれまでだってそうして暮らしてきたわけだし。
Kasai put on a sad smile. I smiled back at him likewise. Before the conversation ended, I should ask him what I wanted to know.
サトシ君は。
I wish that Kasai would assure me of his safety right away. But he didn't answer like that.
葛西、サトシ君は。
シオンさん。
Kasai put his chopsticks down.
本家から北条聡君のこと。
何それ。
シオンさん、あなたと喧嘩はしたくないんで、本家からの言葉を伝えるのみにとどめさせてもらいます。
葛西。
Kasai pretended as though he didn't hear me and started eating again. I'd never seen him get so stubborn like this. The Sonozaki family had been using the Hojo family as a scapegoat. They must have concluded that a Sonozaki shouldn't be in love with a Hojo. I didn't like that. Satoko is a friend of Mion's at school. Would it be okay if Satoshi-kun and I were of the same gender? Anyway, if I did something conspicuous again, they might do something to him for real. Just like they forced me to remove my own fingernails. The Sonozaki family wouldn't hesitate. They'd torture him if need be. Maybe, if I really loved him, I should stay away. Satoshi-kun won't show up in Okonomiya, unless he rejoins the Hinamizawa fighters. I'd have to pretend to be Mion if I wanted to go to Hinamizawa, but I didn't think she'd cooperate with me. Even if she did, it'd be some time down the road. Even if they told me not to see him, I already had no means of doing that again. Oh wait, Mion gave me his number a little while ago. I could call him, and maybe ask to meet with him secretly. That's what happens, isn't it? She calls to meet with him secretly, they find out about it. And... But if I got caught again, they wouldn't cut me any slack. Should I risk it? The hell did I even want from Satoshi-kun?
葛西、ちょっと一人になりたい。
So I started putting away his food in a rush, assuming that I wanted him to leave.
あ、いいの。葛西はのんびり食べてて。私がちょっと一人で散歩がしたい。
私もシオンさんと一緒に出ないとこの部屋に鍵がかけられません。
Because I quickly put away his meal and followed me out.
先に断っとく。
わかりました。
Turned around and started walking. My destination was rather pathetic. It was the toy store that sold that giant teddy bear. Couldn't deny that I was somewhat expecting Satoshi-kun to pass by there. Couldn't stop myself from looking at the faces of passersby who resembled him. I looked into the store's window. The teddy bear was gone.
サトシ君、変えたんだね。
His evil aunt had died and his wicked uncle was living with his mistress. Satoshi-kun succeeded in fulfilling his duty as a big brother by buying his little sister that huge teddy bear. There was nobody left to hurt him. He was free from his tiresome efforts. He was completely free from pain. Okay, interesting. And that's the thing, he already came and got the bear. Which means whatever happened to him already happened to him. Over time he retrieved his smile, and he'd go back to being the Satoshi-kun I love. But I wouldn't be there with him. I heard a car honking. I didn't think it was honking at me at first, but it was so persistent that I had to look up. The person waving at me from their car was Irie. He was waving at me all carefree, oblivious to my feelings.
園崎さん、ご無沙汰して。あ、ひょっとして。
いえ、そういうわけじゃ。
そのおもちゃ屋さんの、それでてっきり。
いえ、変えたみたいですね。サトシ君。
Irie seemed to know about the teddy bear as well. He smiled upon seeing its empty display space.
昨日がさとこちゃんの誕生日でした。きっとあのぬいぐるみでそれをお祝いできたと思います。
じゃあもうサトシ君は。
そうですね。
サトシ君ってそ
んなもの私は受け取ってませんよ。マネージャーの園崎さん。
受け取ってないです。
誰も退部届を受け取ってないなら、しばらくして生活が落ち着いたらまた戻ってきてくれるんじゃ。でもその時に園崎さんがいなかったらきっと悲しむだろうな。
Idiot teased me. He's a grown-up after all. Must have been trying to sound optimistic because he knew I was feeling a bit down.
園崎さんもあなたがいないとやっぱり。園崎さんが帰ってきてくれたらぜひ女子マネージャーの制服をメイドさんな格好にしようと思ってまして。
I burst into laughter. Idiot sure hadn't changed.
そうだ、もう名乗ってもいい。監督、今私シオンっていう訳ありで今までずっと
双子の妹さんですか？
He was totally taken aback. I burst into laughter again.
そうです。園崎本家に嫌われてるんで。
知らなかった。まさかミオンさん。
そりゃ全く同感です。
Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted us. The voice sounded mean and greasy, unlike Idie's. It was him. Oishi.
入江先生、先日は遅くまでありがとうございます。
いえ、何もお役に立てませんで申し訳ないです。
They were just going through the motions. It was obvious that they hated each other. Idie whispered to me.
私はもうここを離れますが、お家まで送りますよ。
Idie figured that Oishi was after me, so he was giving me a chance to slip away. Looking at Oishi's face, it was clear that his focus was on me, not Idie. Probably intended to interrogate me until my testimony broke. I was sure I could talk my way out of it, but it'd just be a waste of time.
そうですね。じゃあ監督、そろそろ行きましょうか。
ありゃ、お二人。
ええ、チームの夕涼み会を。他にも行くお店がたくさんありますので、この辺で私たちは失礼します。
Idie bowed. I followed suit. I had to admire how good he was at lying. He's a grown-up after all. Oishi seemed to know it was a lie, but he didn't have a warrant, so he couldn't stop us. Moved to get into Idie's car.
お怪我は大丈夫。園崎シオンさん。
I gasped when I heard that. My left hand was bandaged. It was unsightly, so I kept it in my pocket. There was no way Oishi could have been able to see it. But he's in the pocket of the Sonozakis.
可能さえしなきゃきれい。私も子供の頃は何度か爪を剥いじゃったことがあります。
男の爪が綺麗でも気色悪いだけです。
Oishi scratched his head and chuckled. He's supposed to be one of the best cops at the Okonomiya PD. He knows about all the underground activities in the region. Must have heard about my payment from somewhere. Still, it happened in the secret basement of the Sonozaki main house. Couldn't underestimate this guy's sources.
お見舞い。じゃあもう失礼します。
園崎シオン、私と。
はあ？何それ？私を。
そういう。
遠慮します。一日は言う。わざわざ退屈なことに費やすなんて馬鹿げてますか？
じゃあこうします。私とのおしゃべりが退屈になったら引き止めません？そういう約束でどう？
あんたが喋るのは勝手ですが、それをおしゃべりと呼べるかは怪しいですが。
ねえ、シオンさんは私が勝手に。あなたはコーヒーでも飲みながら中年親父の独り言を聞き流してくださればそれで結構です。
He was being strangely persistent. Didn't like he was trying to poke a hole in my statement. What would we even talk about? Got a bit curious, even though I was still skeptical.
監督、すみません。私。
ミオじゃない。シオンさん？
I winked at him and told him not to worry. Idie didn't insist. He got in his car and drove off. Oishi backed his car up so I could get in. Hopped in the back seat since I didn't want to sit next to him.
本当に喫茶店に行くの？
あなたの親類の目がない喫茶店が。
それなら勝手に連行でも何でもすればいい。
Oishi carefully checked for oncoming traffic and then started driving. Oishi took me to the police station, as I thought he might. If he had taken me to a nice cafe, he would have scored some points. But whatever.
署の方が都合がいい。私の話が退屈。
私を署内には腕組んで入ってあげましょうか、おじさま。
Oishi chuckled and got out of the car. He escorted me inside the station. I thought he'd take me into an interrogation room, but instead he took me to an office of the investigation division. Officers in both suits and uniforms were working at their desks answering phones. There was a desk with a plate that said Section Manager. Nearby there were couches and a table. Oh, she told me to sit on the couch, started making some instant coffee. Never been to this part of the police station. I looked around in curiosity.
まさか取調室でカツ丼でも食わされると思いました？
Oh, she brought over a tray with coffee cups on it.
想像してたより三角木馬くらいは覚悟してたのに。
そういうのは私の趣味じゃないな。
で、おしゃべりを聞かせてくれるんじゃなかった。
じゃあ最初からシオンさんって北条聡さんのこと。
はあ？速攻退屈なんで即帰
なじゃあ今のはなしということで。
Oh, she must have known why I had to remove my fingernails. He wasn't trying to confirm that I liked Satoshi-kun. What he was really saying was that he knew already.
サトシ君の事件当日のアリバイなら
もちろん私も熊ちゃん、いや熊谷君の調書、あなたがサトシ君と
何度聞かれたってしつこく反復して聞いたら
まさかあなたは頭のそんな手に引っかかるなんて思っちゃいません。
ならどういう手をどちらにせよ私から先日お話ししたい。ああ残念、私そういう約束でした。失礼します。
I got up off the couch.
シオンさん、確かに私はあなたからそれは認め。
なら決まり。やっぱり退屈。帰ります。
I turned around and started walking. Oishi didn't get anxious, but instead spoke a little louder. Yeah, you know, anytime everyone turns their back on Oishi, like, yeah, fuck you, dude, I'm out. You know, he's always got something. He's like almost like a Columbo type. I was like, well, one more thing.
でもね、私が聞きたいのはサトシさんの事件と昨日のアリバイなんです。
昨日？なんで昨日のサトシ君のアリバイがおばさん。
昨日サトシ君が出かけたまま失踪されたからです。
What?
サトシ君が失踪されたこと。
I couldn't say anything. My expression answered Oishi's question right away.
どういうことで失踪って？
やっぱり
サトシ君が失踪した。何？
一つ確実に分かっていることは、彼が3時前に沖宮の郵便局で貯金を全額下ろしているということだ。その後の足取りはつかめません。
I knew why he withdrew that money. He wanted to buy Satoko's birthday present. Yes, he definitely bought that teddy bear yesterday.
これは彼はひょっとして
逃走資金だってバッカバカ。あのお金はね、サトコの誕生日プレゼントをそれであのおもちゃ屋にあったでかくて高いぬいぐるみを逃走に使うお金になんかなるわけないです。
確かにあのおもちゃ屋から一番高いぬいぐるみが売れていました。でもね、それをサトシ君が買った確証が取れないんだ。
店の人に聞け。私とサトシ君で買う予約までしてるんですから。
I had a bad feeling. The old man who was watching that store was sleeping when we were there. He looked very senile. Maybe he was also watching that store on that day, and even though Satoshi-kun bought the teddy bear, he didn't remember. Oishi put on a wry smile. Looked like he'd already tried to question that old man.
あれを買ったのはサトシ君。サトシ君はぬいぐるみ代を支払ってめちゃめちゃもいいとこです。
いいです。じゃあサトシ君がぬいぐるみを買ったことでもいいです。じゃあそのぬいぐるみを持ってどうして帰らなかったんですか？
At that point, I felt as though my heart had turned to ice. Satoshi-kun had been working hard to buy that teddy bear even though he was under extreme mental and physical stress. After all that, he finally managed to buy it. It's unthinkable that somebody else just showed up and bought the same teddy bear. The teddy bear was gone because Satoshi-kun bought it. Nobody else. But if so, Satoshi-kun should have given it to Satoko. But though he bought a present for her, he didn't come home. He didn't come home? That wasn't possible. He would have gone straight home with that teddy bear. He wouldn't think of running away after buying the teddy bear. Even though Satoshi-kun wanted to run away from the police, he'd never leave without giving Satoko a present. Anyway, it must have been Satoshi-kun who bought that teddy bear. I can say that with 100% certainty. The question was, why didn't he bring it home? That teddy bear was huge. It wouldn't fit into the basket of a bicycle. He might have brought some straps to tie it to his bike. He wouldn't have thought of running away on a wobbly bicycle like that. He necessarily had to go home after buying the teddy bear from the store after withdrawing the money. Nothing could have happened when he was going between the ATM and the toy store. It was impossible. Nobody else could have possibly bought that teddy bear. Never. That teddy bear had been sitting in the showcase up until that day. Everybody could see it when they passed by, but nobody wanted it. It's impossible that it could have been somebody else. There should be no question that he went to the toy store after he withdrew the money. What about the route between the toy store and his home? There shouldn't be any question there either. He shouldn't have been able to do anything with that huge toy. He shouldn't have even thought of making a stop on the way. So he must have headed home, right after he bought the teddy bear. But nobody saw him after that. It was simple then. Satoshi-kun went missing on his way home from the toy store. He went missing? What did that mean? I was sure he killed his aunt. He's not that shrewd. Maybe he couldn't bear the pressure from the police? Was he resigned to the idea that the police were going to arrest him soon, regardless of my help? Did he decide to run away? Did he think that he should disappear until things cool down rather than get arrested? That was definitely absolutely impossible. It was impossible that he came to that conclusion on his way home from the toy store. Even if he did, he would have waited until he gave Satoko her birthday present. Satoshi-kun loves Satoko. He shouldn't have spoiled her like that, but anyway, he always tried to be a good brother to her. So he'd never disappear before going home. I felt as though the ice was cutting through my heart, expanding the frost. If Satoshi-kun didn't disappear by his own will, the answer was simple. Satoshi-kun disappeared by somebody else's will.
サトシ君がバカバカしいです
I thought I could shake off the frost in my heart if I laughed loudly enough. I kept laughing until it happened. I kept laughing and laughing. All the cops in the room stared at me. They thought I'd gone crazy. I didn't care what they thought. I kept laughing until it turned into a cough. I finished laughing and took a sip of lukewarm coffee. Felt as though the frost in my heart had spread all throughout my guts. I was chilled to the bone. I was freezing. My fingers shook as I held the coffee cup.
シオンさん、ちょっと口を挟まずに聞いて、これから私がちょいとそう全部でだからきっとシオンさんはあまりの言い方、それでも約束し。
いや、約束なんて何でもするから。早く言いなさいよ。
I was feeling far too cold. My teeth were chattering. I felt as though my brain had frozen as well. Lost my ability to think. I couldn't do anything by myself. I could only do as Oishi told me. What he was going to tell me might be the worst possible theory. I had to listen to it.
死んだおばがサトシ君とサトコさんをいじめていたことはよ。中でもその中でサトシ君が私は人として自然な流れだと思います。
I had to deny that Satoshi-kun murdered her. What Oishi was saying was true. Couldn't deny his hypothesis right away. I just kept silent.
ここからは絶対に口を挟むのいいですね。
早く続けなさいよ。
北条サトシはおば殺しをねえもち全部私の
分かってる。あんたのもったから早く続けて。
ここで話は変わる。シオンさん、あなたはサトシ君との交際もう忘れろ。それは実は不仲な両家の関係を意味嫌ったからでなく、殺人犯と園崎家の令嬢が恋仲であることに問題があったんじゃないかと思ったんです。
That is actually possible. After all, when I was pretending to be Mion, I already had a connection with Satoshi-kun. Before anyone knew it was Shion who was spending time around him. I could have been accused when I was helping out the Hinamizawa fighters. The relationship between the Hojos and the Sonozakis was the problem. It wouldn't be difficult for the Sonozaki family to know that Satoshi-kun murdered his aunt if it happened in Hinamizawa. Maybe one of them even saw the murder. The Sonozaki family didn't like that I was in love with a murderer. They decided to step in.
あと、あなた、つまり、園崎本家にサトシ君との縁を切りかねていましたよね。
I couldn't deny that. I lost most of my means to access Hinamizawa, so my ties to Satoshi-kun were essentially cut, true. I still knew Satoshi-kun's phone number, and I expected him to rejoin the Hinamizawa fighters eventually.
園崎本家はサトシ君とあなたの縁はちょっと脅しただけじゃ絶対に切れないと分かっていたと思います。あなたをいくら脅してもどうにもならない。じゃあもう一人の方をどうにかするしかないですよね。
どうにかって何よ。何
If threatening me was useless, then they'd do something about Satoshi-kun. What would they have done? If they pulled something, then wouldn't that interrupt his path from the toy store to home? Toy store to home. Toy store to X to home. What's X? What is X? The Everything app? X marks the spot where his path was interrupted. But what interrupted it? Why couldn't Satoshi-kun make it home from the toy store if something interrupted him? Why? What's X? X! I ran out of air, became dizzy, and then collapsed. The floor felt cold. I felt no pain. I'd fallen to the floor like a plastic doll. Oishi and some others rushed over to me to help me up.
落ち着いてサトシ君が殺されたとはまだ限りません。
You're not certain he was killed? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you know about the torture room where they forced me to rip off my fingernails? Don't you know that they say there are prison cells and a well for disposing of corpses in the back? If the Sonozaki family wants to eliminate somebody, they'd definitely kill them in that torture room and dump the body down there. You're not certain? Are you dumb? Is your brain made of tofu? If I were in the hag's position, I'd kill him for sure. I wouldn't let him get away. If I would kill him, then the hag would definitely kill him.
シオンさん、これはまだ未確認情報ですが、名古屋駅で家出人風の若者を見たという情報が入っています。
So I could see it that some Sonozaki representatives like approach him and say, we'll like ensure the safety of your sister, but you need to fuck off. Right? Like, here, we'll ensure and we'll give you this undisclosed amount of money, right? Because, I mean, if we think back to the festival, right? They were, like, trying to thank Oreo for, like, donating the gifts right now, and she was like, it's not about the money, alright? Like, allow us to reimburse you. Like, no, I didn't do this for the money. I did this for the people, right? So I could totally see her being like, I don't care about this money. If it ensures that my family's reputation is not stained by his presence, yo, give him this money. Tell him, and if he goes away, then problem solved.
東京行きの新幹線に乗ったそうだ。服装の特徴などが一致しませんでしたが、警察の追跡等を意識して、服装が違うからさ。
生きてるの、サトシ君。
ここからもまたあなたの双子の次期当主ということで、園崎お涼の身近にいますよね。園崎お涼はおそらくそれをあなたのお姉さんが止めたんじゃないかと思うんです。
That's also true, right? Obviously, Oreo would just want to kill him outright, but Mion could talk her down. Mion, that was possible. She could have tried to calm things down out of pity for me. The idiot was always so indecisive. She should have been clear on if she wanted to save him or not. She probably seemed vague about that. She must have persuaded the hag to reduce the punishment to banishment instead of death, just to avoid feeling guilty. That could be the case. So they didn't even give him anything. They essentially just said, if you return home, you'll die. They don't want you, because of your status, they don't want you in Hinamizawa anymore. So if you don't come back, you're fine. Live your life, do whatever. But if you come back but if we do find you in the village again, you will not make it out.
おそらく園崎本家はサトシ君と接触したでしょう。今回の事件はかばいきれない。だから自分の身は自分で守るためにどこかへ姿を隠せと忠告したはずです。いや、強要したと言った方が似合うでしょうね。
サトシ君はだってあのサトシ君が
私もそう。確かサトシ君はだからサトシ君に逃走資金になるまとま
でもサトシ君はそのお金を
でしょうね。サトシ君は貯金を下ろしたら迷うことなく、でもサトシ君がおもちゃ屋にたどり着くともうぬいぐるみが売れてしまっていてなくなっていたら
That would have been a very desolate situation. I don't know. I can't believe that even if he saw the bear was sold out, like, I'm sure he'd be depressed and be like, damn, all this money I saved up for and the thing's gone. I still can't believe he'd just up and leave. Because, like, I could totally see it being gone, right? Because that's the thing, like, the toy store we know is run by the Sonozakis, right? We know this. So they say, hey, get rid of that bear. Get it gone. They know about his interest in it, get it gone. And they use that as like essentially, not really a bargaining tool, but like an indirect kind of bargaining tool. Just be like, well, it's gone now. What are you going to do? He'd been working hard. While his aunt abused him, he worked at many different jobs. The money was worth all that pain. He went to the toy store with that money in order to buy his beloved sister a present. That was the only purpose for that money. He must have looked for the teddy bear as he'd always done, but it was gone. He wouldn't have gone into a panic right away, because he was always so optimistic. He might have thought the store was wrapping the gift for him, because he told them that he'd pick it up that day. He must have gone into the store joyously. I couldn't guess exactly what happened next. My heart would tear up if I tried to imagine it anyway. Why didn't they have it, even though he had it reserved? Did that old man understand the situation, or was he just zoning out? Maybe it would have been the same even if he wasn't that old man who was at the store at the time. If a bunch of fierce-looking subordinates from the Zonozaki family went in and showed them the money, nobody could have rejected it, yep. Satoshi-kun must have sunk into silence. No matter how hard he complained, the teddy bear was gone. He probably never even considered that his dream might be taken away. He must have been wobbling his way home in sorrow, leaning on the telephone poles every now and then. It was the day he wanted Sadako to be happy the most. He couldn't get the present she wanted the most. Probably didn't think of getting another gift, because it was unimaginable that he couldn't get that teddy bear. He might have imagined how Satoko would react when she found out he had no present for her. He must have looked unbelievably sad and empty. The money he'd been saving meant nothing anymore. Satoshi-kun never cried, even at his toughest moments. Did he even know how to cry? It was always Satoko who was crying. So Satoshi-kun never learned how to cry, and he grew up that way. Did you know? People shed sadness from their hearts with tears. Satoshi-kun wasn't even allowed to do that. Even though his heart was filled with sorrow, he couldn't let it out.
妹、一人でももし園崎本家が残った聡子さんの面倒は見るって言ってあったとしたら
See,
どう思いま
that's
す
what I was kind of saying. They're like, we'll ensure her safety if you go away. If you take that money you have now and go away, we'll ensure that no harm comes to her. After Satoshi-kun found out the teddy bear was gone, all he had left were some crumpled bills. The family told him it was just a matter of time before the police got to him. They told him to run away. They said they'd take care of Satoko. Satoshi-kun didn't feel like seeing his sister. He wandered and found himself at Okonomiya Station. He must have been apologizing to Satoko so many times in his mind. He swore to come back someday. He headed to Nagoya, then to Tokyo. But that meant he's alive. He's alive. I should be able to see him again someday. He must be coming back, so I'll definitely see him again.
そうしてずっと遠方に隠れ家かサトシ君はそこを目指したのでしょう。
じゃあいつか帰ってくるんですよね。
Oh, she looked up the ceiling and stretched. Ma'am, he started this all saying by this is theoretical. He didn't answer me. On June 24th, 1982, Satoshi Hojo went missing. There's a possibility that he ran away, as he was the prime suspect of the murder that happened on the 20th of the same month. Allegedly, someone resembling him was seen at Nagoya Station embarking on a train heading to Tokyo, but the truth is unknown. No one has seen him since. As a matter of fact, no one even knows if he's still alive. God damn. Yeah, what's in the notebooks? The information that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo hasn't been verified. It started as follows. A young man came to the lost and found window looking for his wallet. Station employee asked him to write down his name on the form. Then the young man started writing Hojo as his name, but he stopped in the middle, crumpled up the form, and wrote a totally different name on another form. Another station employee witnessed a similar-looking young man rushing into a train heading to Tokyo. The employee from Lost and Found, and the employee who was on the platform, talked about the suspicious young man in the locker room. That was all. The wallet of the man named Hojo was never reported as found to the Lost and Found office. Okay. At first I thought Oishi's theory that the Sonozaki family banished Satoshi-kun from Minamizawa and looked after Satoko in return was bogus. But thinking about it now, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, Satoko Hojo started living with Rika Furude after Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Rika Furude isn't just a regular girl. She was the head of the Furude family, one of the three families. The head of the Kimiyoshi family is Rika Furude's guardian. The Sonozaki family probably couldn't step in due to being officially opposed to the Hojo family. But Satoko Hojo is in the custody of the three families now. Even though the Hojo family was severely ostracized during the dam conflict, Satoko Hojo was now under protection. It seemed as though only Satoko was exempted from blame. Why was she spared even though Satoshi-kun wasn't? Probably because they believe he murdered someone. That's probably why. So honestly, what it could have been is, because if we still run with the theory that he didn't kill the aunt, which at this point from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like he did. Like, he definitely had a hand in orchestrating it, but I don't think he was the one who actually did it, right? So it really seems like, yo, as he's coming home from the toy store, whoever did do it approaches him and is like, listen, you can get out of here while you can. Essentially, like, essentially attempting to throw him under the bus, being like, I can come clean about everything. Alright? But if you take that money right now and fuck off, we'll be solid. But still, it feels like the Sonozakis would be implicated. Because, like they mentioned, like, Satoko gets essentially adopted into the three families. And protected that way. It all comes down to whether or not Homeboy actually murdered the aunt or not. Because I don't know, the way they set it up makes it really feel like he didn't. Because he snuck out of the house for some reason at 8:11, but the authorities were already investigating the body by 8:37. I don't think he could have done it that quickly. They gave us the timeline. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. Eh? Unfortunately, I do have to wrap this one up here for today. I'm very curious to see where this continues. I am. I almost want to just keep going. I almost want to, but I unfortunately am truly out of time. So, like, we have a few more details as to what happened to Satoshi, or at least we can theorize what happened to Satoshi. But that's the thing, just because they saw him, or saw a person who resembled him, though they did say that someone wrote down in the form Hojo but then erased it, even still, it could be someone who was sent to, like, it could just be a setup. I don't know. I don't know. I think it all comes down to why Satoshi snuck out of the house that night. He snuck out of the house barefoot, and he was like, I have to ensure it's still there. But that's the thing, is he snuck out. He didn't just walk through the front door, he snuck out. Even though he knew that it would be like a ghost town, the neighbors wouldn't be around, he snuck out. Because he had to ensure it was still there, whatever it was. But I can't imagine he would head towards the crime scene, because in just 20 minutes, the cops were already there. The cops were already at the spot and investigating shit. So clearly, if he had gone back to the dam site, even if he had gotten there, done it, and was on his way back, I feel like he would have run into the cops at some point. So I feel like he wouldn't have gone to the dam site. The timeline just doesn't match up. Like, he saw the furniture there, he hid the bat, but he had to sneak out of the house to see if it was still there. Now, obviously, the next day, he's like, oh, I have to see if it's still there, in reference to the teddy bear. But I just can't imagine, but he was running barefoot, right? Even if the cops were already down at the dam site, so they wouldn't have caught him on the way out, I feel like Okonomiya is so far away that he wouldn't have ran barefoot all the way to Okonomiya. And that's the thing, he was there the next day. He was riding his bike there, which would imply that if he had gone to Okonomiya, he would have ran all the way there and ran all the way back, which is something that definitely would have stood out, right? Hinamizawa was a ghost town, but that doesn't mean Okonomiya didn't have people, active, didn't have like an active nightlife, right? So even if he had gone to Okonomiya, like some witnesses surely would have saw him. But he had to ensure that he said he was going to keep worrying until he knew for sure it was there. It was still there. What is it? I think that's the biggest piece of the puzzle, honestly. Because I do feel he had a hand in either. See, that's the thing. I could believe he did do it. I could believe that he did do it. Right? Because maybe he didn't necessarily sneak out of the house when he was going to commit the murder, but much later. Right? He said people would start coming home for supper around 9 o'clock. So we had to ensure that it was still there. What was it? What was it? That's the biggest question. Maybe his bat? Because that's the thing. We assume, because they said in chapter 1 that Satoshi started walking around with a bat all the time. He was very agitated. He was always practicing his swing, right? I could almost believe it was his bat. And he was running back to the school, which we know is closer to the Hojo residence from chapter 3, because that's where Keiichi made the phone call to the uncle. So if he had some way of getting into the school, if he like wanted to double check if the bat was still there in his locker to like, make sure it was like cleaned off and looked fine, I could honestly see that. He runs back to the school, sees that his bat is where it should be, it's clean, it's fine. So maybe he did kill his aunt. He set up the trap. He's like, oh, yep, there's furniture there. He hid his bat in the bushes, so while she was investigating the cupboard, he fucking bashes her brains out. Could be the case. Or, if someone else, or once again, if someone else had done it for him. Ooh. Ooh. That's the thing. If someone else had done it for it, Dad, I don't think a kid would be able to contract someone like that, though. Because I was thinking, like, what if that's all that money was for? Because it seems like a lot for a teddy bear. What if all that money was for something else? But yeah, I don't think a kid like him would be able to contract someone like that. But even if, like, the whisperings of Oyashiro-sama, whoever else might have done it, if someone else did take care of it, they might have come to the agreement that, like, oh, his bat will be back at the school. I don't know. So it seems like he did do it. Ultimately, I think my gut has to go with he did do it. Just because the timeline showed him sneaking out at 8 o'clock doesn't mean it happened at 8 o'clock. Honestly, it was the same. If we think about it, it was the same with Keiichi, right? He did it before the festival had actually wound down. Right? He took care of it. it more so feels like he was double checking to make sure like something about the murder weapon, about like how it was somewhere else and couldn't be traced back to him. Like, yeah, no, the bat's at the school, locked up in the school, right? So if he had done something to ensure that he could sneak back into the school building at some point, like prop the door open or whatnot, had a bit more foresight than Keiichi, he definitely could have gotten in there, put the bat back, pull out whatever he had blocking the door, let it lock again, run back home. So then when they question him, it's like, oh no, I quit the baseball team, and maybe that's honestly, there you go. He quit the baseball team on purpose, so that there'd be even less attachment to the bat itself, because he'd already committed that to be the weapon, right? The bat. So he distances himself from the baseball team, like, oh yeah, I no longer play baseball. My old bat, oh, it's locked up. It was locked up in the school building that night. I couldn't have possibly gotten in and gotten it. I had to imagine he had something set up. Now that doesn't mean Oishi still wouldn't have grilled him until he confessed, but I kind of feel like he had something set up. And if that's the case, I can see the rest of this kind of playing out the way it did, right? Or at least the way Oishi hypothesized. That's the thing, is like I'm still not 100% trusting of Oishi. I can't really take what he says as truth. I gotta take everything with a grain of salt. I feel like there's got to be something in his little story that's embellished, that's biased, that's twisted in a way so it doesn't actually reveal the truth. But I don't know. I don't know what it could be. Because it definitely makes sense that the Sonozakis have a problem with him. And they do point out, like, if they had a problem just with there being a connection between a Sonozaki and a Hojo, they would have stepped in sooner, right? There is something to think about there, because clearly, yeah, at the baseball field, they were getting a bit, close. Some might raise questions over like the head patting thing. But they never stepped in then. It's only after the murder charge, well, not the murder charge, but the instance of the murder, that they actually do anything. That they decide that these they can never, that the Hojos are despicable, they can never interact with each other. That's the that's the thing. Maybe even if he did it or not, I could still see the Sonozakis approaching him like they have nothing on him, right? They have no evidence to actually link him to the murder other than like a potential motive, but they have no real evidence. So if they come to him and say, hey, your sister will be fine if you fuck off, right? Because they just want to expunge the Hojos from Hinamizawa, right? If you go, we'll protect this one. All right, we got rid of the aunt. The uncle fucked off the Okonomiya. If you go away, we'll protect this one. We'll protect the young girl. We'll keep her safe. She'll be fine. If you fuck off. I could see that. God, I still don't know if I trust whether or not he actually murdered her or not. I feel like I could believe it either way. I really could. But whether or not he did it, I mean, essentially, even if he did it or not, if the Sonozaki say, hey, we won't harass you or your sister ever again, we'll actually take care of your sister if you leave. Even if they believe he's the one who did it, they're just like, if you leave and just go, it'll be what it is. I don't know. question is, what does that open up about the 5th year? That's the real mystery, is the 5th year. But like I said, I'm killing time. I do have to go. So thank you all for watching this episode. Hope you enjoyed it, and hopefully I'll see y'all in the next one. Till then, peace.